If you've ever wondered what it's like to spend nights completely alone, surrounded by miles of dark forest, this story might change the way you see silence. Fire lookouts are trained to watch for smoke, storms, and lightning strikes. We're taught how to read the wind, how to spot a fire before it spreads, and how to stay calm when help is hours away. What we're not trained for is realizing something is watching us back. This happened while I was stationed alone in a remote fire lookout tower high above the tree line. No roads, no neighbors, no one scheduled to visit for days. From the tower, I could see everything. Or at least, I thought I could. This is a true scary story about the night I had my scariest encounter from the tower, and the moment I realized the forest doesn't always stay where it's supposed to. Listen carefully. My name is Benjamin Shaw. I'm writing this because I don't trust my own memory anymore. And because if I don't get it all down while it's still clear, I'm afraid it will rearrange itself into something easier to live with. What happened to me happened in one day, one continuous stretch of hours that never gave me a clean break to breathe or reset. There were no monsters, no impossible physics, nothing that would sound unreal if you weren't there. That's what makes it hard to explain. Everything followed rules. I just didn't understand them until it was too late. I drove into the forest just after sunrise. The cabin was a rental listed through a local outdoor co-op, the kind that caters to researchers, off-season hikers, and people like me who want quiet without questions. I'm a surveyor by trade. My job is to measure land, confirm boundaries, and document changes over time. I like things that stay put. Trees grow, rivers shift, but slowly, predictably. The forest felt like work, not mystery. The access road was gravel and narrow, winding enough that I lost cell service within the first 10 minutes. That didn't bother me. The directions were simple. Park at the marked clearing, walk the rest of the way. The cabin would be visible from the trail. It sat in a shallow dip, surrounded by tall pines, the wood gray with age but solid. Smoke did not come from the chimney. No sound came from inside. It looked exactly like the listing photos, which should have reassured me. Instead, it felt like walking into a photograph. Inside, the cabin was one room with a small bedroom off to the side. 4 windows faced different directions, evenly spaced, all clean enough to see through clearly. That struck me as odd. In places like this, windows usually film over with pollen, dust, or spiderwebs. These looked recently wiped. I dropped my pack by the table and did what I always do in unfamiliar spaces. I checked the corners, the locks, the stove, the fire extinguisher. Everything was functional, no signs of other people. No footprints near the door except my own. When I finally looked out the windows, I noticed the first thing that didn't quite line up. The window facing east showed a dense stretch of forest with tightly packed pines and low brush. That made sense. The sun was rising there. The light was pale and angled. The shadows were long. The south-facing window showed a clearing I hadn't seen on the way in. The trees were thinner, spaced farther apart, and the ground dipped gently downward, as if toward water. There was no light reflecting off a lake or river, but the openness felt deliberate, like a path had been erased. The west-facing window showed forest again, but different. The trees were older, thicker, with heavy trunks and sparse undergrowth. The light was wrong. It looked like late afternoon, warmer and lower than it should have been. I told myself it was just perspective. Forests change quickly. A few hundred yards can look like a different world. The fourth window, facing north, showed something that made me step closer. It showed the cabin. Not a reflection. Not glass glare. The angle was wrong for that. I was looking at the back of the same cabin. I was standing in its rear wall, framed by trees I recognized, including a crooked pine with a split trunk. The view was exact, as if a camera had been set up behind the building. I moved to the side. The view didn't shift. I raised my hand. In the window's image, nothing moved. That was the moment I should have left. I know that now. But my brain was still trying to solve it like a problem, not a warning. I checked the glass for seams or screens. I pressed my forehead to it. The image stayed sharp, unmoving, silent. I stepped outside. Behind the cabin, there was forest, but it wasn't what the window had shown. The crooked pine was there, but the ground was steeper, the brush thicker. When I turned back toward the cabin, the north-facing window still showed the flat clearing and the same rear wall, unchanged. I went back inside, my pulse starting to climb. I told myself it was some kind of optical installation, a trick of angled mirrors left behind by a previous renter. That explanation didn't fully satisfy me, but it was better than admitting I didn't understand what I was seeing. I decided to mark it down, the way I would any anomaly in the field. I took out my notebook and wrote the time. 8:47 a.m. Then I wrote what each window showed, as plainly as I could, without interpretation. As the morning passed, I worked. I measured distances around the cabin, took soil samples, and recorded tree spacing. Every hour or so, I checked the windows. They changed, but not together. The east window progressed normally. The sun rose higher. Shadows shortened. The south window stayed overcast, as if clouds had rolled in over that section alone. The west window deepened into late daylight, long shadows stretching across the forest floor. The north window remained fixed on the cabin's rear view, unchanged, like a paused video. By noon, my stomach was tight with something that wasn't hunger. I tried my phone. No signal. I turned on the radio. Static. I stood in the center of the cabin and slowly turned, taking in each window in sequence, my brain struggling to hold all 4 versions of the same place at once. It felt like standing at the center of a map that refused to agree with itself. That's when I noticed something new in the north-facing window. Smoke. At first it was thin, barely visible, curling up from the chimney in the image. My real chimney was cold. I touched the metal to be sure. In the window, the smoke thickened. I moved closer, heart pounding now, watching as orange light began to flicker along the roofline in the image. Flames licked up the wooden siding, slow and deliberate. And in that window, framed by fire and smoke, I saw myself standing exactly where I was now, looking back out through the glass, my face frozen in the same stunned expression. That was when I understood the windows weren't just showing different places. They were showing different times. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at that north-facing window, trying to convince myself I was misreading it. Smoke can look like anything when light hits it wrong. Firelight flickers. The brain fills in gaps when it's under stress. I repeated those thoughts until they lost meaning. The version of me in the window didn't move. He didn't panic. He didn't run. He just stood there watching. I stepped back. In the window, he stepped back at the same time. That broke whatever fragile logic I was holding on to. I turned away from the glass and focused on something solid. The table, the stove, the floorboards under my boots. I forced myself to breathe slowly and evenly, counting each breath like I was grounding myself during a survey error or equipment failure. I told myself this was still solvable. If the windows were showing different times, then what I was seeing wasn't inevitable. It was a possibility, a projection, a warning, maybe. I checked my watch, 12:38 p.m. I went to the east window. It showed early afternoon now, the sun higher, light filtering straight down between the trees. That aligned with my watch. Good. One reference point I could trust. The west window, though, was almost dark. Long shadows stretched across the forest floor, the light low and amber, like the last hour before sunset. I could see movement there now, subtle but undeniable. Branches swaying without wind. Something passing between the trunks too smoothly to be a deer. The south window had changed as well. The clearing was gone. In its place was thick fog, dense enough that the trees were reduced to dark vertical smears. The fog pressed close to the glass, as if it were trying to seep inside. I moved back to the north window against my better judgment. The fire in that view had spread. Flames were crawling along the walls now, licking at the eaves. Smoke poured into the sky, thick and black. The version of me inside the burning cabin had turned his head slightly, just enough that I could see his mouth moving. I couldn't hear anything, but I knew what he was saying. Don't wait. I staggered back and almost tripped over my pack. My hands were shaking badly now. I grabbed my notebook and flipped through my notes, desperate for something objective. Measurements. Numbers. Anything that didn't feel like it was slipping through my fingers. That's when I noticed something else I hadn't written down. The windows weren't just showing different times. They were showing different outcomes. The east window stayed normal no matter how often I checked it. The forest there looked calm, unchanged. The path I had walked in on was visible between the trees. The west window grew darker with each glance, the shadows longer, the movement closer. The south window's fog thickened, swallowing more of the trees every time I looked away and back. And the north window showed only one future, and it was burning. I tested a theory, as stupid as it sounds now. I went to the east window, memorized the position of a fallen log in the distance, then ran outside and followed that line of sight. Outside, the forest matched the east window perfectly. Same trees, same light, same fallen log. Relief washed over me so hard my knees nearly buckled. I wasn't trapped in a hallucination. At least part of this was real. I ran back inside and checked the west window. Then I went outside on that side. The forest didn't match. The trees were denser than they should have been. The ground uneven where the window showed it smooth. The light was wrong too. It was still early afternoon outside. But the west window insisted it was nearly night. I went back inside, heart hammering. The windows weren't showing the forest as it was. They were showing the forest as it could be. Depending on where I chose to go, how long I stayed, what decisions I made. That realization brought a new kind of fear, because it meant the burning cabin wasn't a random vision. It was one of the paths. I packed quickly. Too quickly. I threw equipment into my bag without organizing it, hands clumsy, breath shallow. My plan was simple. Leave while the east window still showed a clear path out. Get to my car. Drive until I had signal. Figure out the rest later. Before I reached the door, the smell of smoke hit me. Not strong, not choking, just enough to be unmistakable. I froze and sniffed the air again. Smoke. I turned slowly toward the stove. Cold. No embers. No ash. The smell was coming from the walls, from the windows. The north window now showed flames, pushing through the interior, fire consuming the table, the bed, the floorboards. The version of me in that image was gone. Only fire remained. The west window had gone completely dark. I couldn't see trees anymore. Just shapes, pressed close to the glass, blocking out what little light remained. The south window's fog began to move. It rolled sideways, curling and folding in on itself, as if something were pushing through it from the far side. Only the east window stayed the same. I grabbed the door handle and yanked. It didn't budge. I tried again, harder. The door rattled in its frame but stayed shut. I checked the lock. Unlocked. I threw my shoulder into it. Nothing. Panic surged hot and sharp. I stumbled back, breath coming in ragged gasps. And that's when I noticed the heat. The cabin wasn't on fire yet. The walls weren't burning. But the air was warming, like a room with a heater slowly turned up. The north window flared bright white as the roof collapsed inward in that future version. I screamed. I didn't recognize my own voice. I ran to the east window, my last clean exit, and slammed my hands against the glass. It didn't crack. It didn't even flex. I stared through it, watching the calm forest beyond, the safe version of the world just out of reach. Then, slowly, the light in that window began to shift. The sun dipped lower. The shadows stretched. The east window started to become the west window. Time was catching up, and I was running out of paths. I don't know how long I stood there watching the east window betray me. Seconds stretched thin, elastic, snapping back and forth between panic and disbelief. The forest outside was still calm, still familiar. But the angle of the light kept lowering no matter how many times I blinked or looked away. What had been my way out was quietly sliding into the same late, day gold I'd seen in the west window earlier. I checked my watch again. 2:52 p.m. My watch said midday. The cabin said otherwise. The heat increased in subtle increments. Not the sudden blast of open flame, but the steady pressure of air that's been trapped too long. Sweat broke across my forehead. The smell of smoke grew stronger, tinged with something bitter and chemical, like burning varnish. I backed into the center of the room, turning slowly, forcing myself to look at every window in sequence, as if cataloging them could still give me control. North was gone. Not dark, not obscured, gone. The glass no longer showed the cabin burning. It showed a collapsed structure, blackened beams sagging inward, smoke drifting up into a gray sky. The fire had already happened there. Whatever version of me existed in that window had finished burning. West was night now. Full night. No stars, no moon. Just a wall of darkness so close it felt like it was pressed against the glass. Something moved within it, not crossing the window, not retreating, just shifting its weight, waiting. South was no longer fog alone. Shapes moved inside it, vague and tall, their outlines smearing and reforming like wet ink. I couldn't tell if they were trees, people, or something else entirely. I didn't need to know. East was my last reference to normal time, and it was slipping fast. The light there had turned amber. Shadows stretched toward the cabin, long fingers creeping closer with every breath I took. I understood then what the windows were doing. They weren't predicting. They weren't warning. They were narrowing. Every option that didn't end badly was being removed, one by one, until only one outcome remained. The cabin didn't trap people. It waited them out. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall and smashed it against the door window. The glass shattered outward, spraying shards across the porch. Cold air rushed in, sharp and clean, and for a split second I thought I'd won. Then I reached through the broken pane and felt resistance. Not glass. Something firm and unmoving, like pushing against solid rubber. I pulled my hand back, heart racing, and looked through the broken window. The forest beyond hadn't changed, but the space where the opening should have been was sealed by an invisible barrier, smooth and flawless. The cabin wasn't closed. It was contained. The heat spiked suddenly. I dropped the extinguisher and ripped off my jacket, gasping as the air thickened. The walls creaked softly, not from flame but from expansion, wood adjusting to rising temperature. I heard a sound behind me, crackling. I turned slowly. A thin line of smoke curled up from the floor near the north wall, seeping through a seam between boards. It wasn't rushing. It wasn't violent. It was patient. I thought about the windows, about how the north, facing one, had shown me the end first. Maybe that was the mistake. Maybe I'd been looking too far ahead. I ran to the south window and pressed my forehead to the glass, ignoring the heat. The fog pulsed, reacting to my presence. One of the shapes inside it drifted closer, its outline sharpening just enough to suggest shoulders. Ahead, the suggestion of a face. I shook my head violently and backed away. Whatever was out there wasn't offering escape. None of them were. The fire reached the walls next. I heard it before I saw it. The low roar of ignition as heat found something ready to burn. Flames crawled upward, slow and deliberate, following the same path I'd watched earlier through the north window. I laughed then. A short, broken sound that surprised me as much as anything else had that day. Not because it was funny, but because it was exact. Everything was happening exactly as I'd already seen it. The windows had never been lying. They had been documenting. I stumbled to the table and knocked it over, trying to clear space, trying to do something. Anything that felt like resistance. The notebook slid across the floor and stopped near the center of the room, open to the page where I'd first written the time. 8:47 a.m. I crawled toward it, smoke stinging my eyes, and flipped to the next blank page with shaking hands. If this place recorded outcomes, maybe it also recorded witnesses. Maybe the only way out wasn't physical. I wrote fast, coughing between words, my handwriting deteriorating into sharp, panicked lines. I wrote my name. I wrote about the windows. I wrote about the fire. I wrote about the fact that everything happened in one day. One continuous chain with no breaks to step out of. The flames closed in, heat pressing against my back, my legs, my shoulders. The air burned my lungs. I could barely see. As the ceiling began to crack and pop, I looked up one last time at the east window. It no longer showed the forest. It showed the cabin intact, bathed in early morning light, smoke-free, quiet. A reset. I understood then. The cabin didn't kill people. It recycled them. It burned away the version that tried to leave and reset itself for the next arrival, clean and ready, windows wiped clear. I dropped the notebook and curled in on myself as the fire consumed the room, as pain flared white and then dissolved into nothing. I don't remember dying. I remember waking up, cool air, the smell of pine, morning light streaming through 4 clean windows. My pack sat by the table, untouched. My notebook lay open in front of me. The last page was filled in my handwriting. It ended with a sentence I don't remember writing. My name is Nathan Reed, and I'm telling you this exactly as it happened. Not because I expect anyone to believe me, but because writing it down is the only thing keeping my hands from shaking. I've always believed fear comes from misunderstanding. If you understand how something works, you can control it, or at least prepare for it. That belief followed me deep into the woods, and straight to the cabin where I learned how wrong I was. I came out here alone, intentionally. The job I'd just quit had burned me out in ways I didn't know how to explain to people who still believed stress could be solved with weekends and yoga. I wanted quiet, isolation, a place where the only expectations were survival and sleep. The listing described the cabin as old but maintained, off-grid but inspected yearly by the Park Service. One night only. That part stuck with me. One night felt manageable. Anything longer felt like tempting fate. The drive ended just before sunset. The road narrowed into packed dirt, then into something closer to a suggestion than a path. By the time I parked, the trees were already swallowing the light. The cabin sat a few yards away, squat and weathered, its wood darkened by decades of rain. Nothing about it looked threatening. That was the problem. It looked practical, familiar. Like a place people had relied on and left behind without ceremony. I unlocked the door easily. It swung inward with a tired creak, the kind that tells you the hinges have complained 1,000 times before, and no one ever listened. Inside, the air smelled of old pine and cold ash. A single room, table, chair, narrow bed. No electricity, just lanterns and a small propane heater. Everything exactly where it should be. I checked the door out of habit, opening and closing it twice. It latched smoothly. Solid wood meeting solid frame. I remember pressing my palm against it, feeling the chill seep into my skin, grounding myself in something real. I didn't know then how important that memory would become. I spent the evening doing nothing special. Ate canned soup. Read until the words blurred. Outside, the forest settled into night with the soft confidence of something that had done this forever. Wind moved through the trees, not violently, just enough to remind me I was surrounded by things taller and older than myself. I noticed the first odd thing around 11:30 p.m., though I wouldn't have called it odd at the time. I went to step outside to check the temperature, and the door didn't budge. I assumed it was swollen from the cold. Old wood does that. I put my shoulder into it gently, then harder. Nothing. I laughed, actually. A short, breathy sound that felt louder than it should have in the quiet cabin. I tugged again, then tried the latch. It moved. I could feel it disengage. Feel the mechanism respond, but the door stayed shut. I didn't panic. I've locked myself into bathrooms, closets, even my own car once. There's always an explanation. I checked the hingers, ran my fingers along the frame, searched for a bolt I might have missed. Nothing. That's when I noticed the note. It was taped to the inside wall near the door, yellowed and curling at the edges like it had been there a long time. The handwriting was uneven, pressed hard into the paper, as if the person writing it had been in a hurry or afraid of being interrupted. Door opens from outside only after midnight. Do not test it. Do not wait alone. I stood there reading it 3 times before my brain accepted the words as more than ink. Outside only. After midnight. The sentence didn't make sense, which meant my mind tried to fix it, reinterpret it into something reasonable. Maybe it was a joke. Maybe a warning about wildlife. Maybe someone with a strange sense of humor. I checked my watch. 11:42 p.m. I remember thinking, very clearly, that midnight was less than 20 minutes away, and that whatever this was, I'd have my answer soon. That thought calmed me. Time has a way of doing that. You give fear a deadline and it behaves. I sat at the table, facing the door. The lantern cast long shadows across the floor, making the room feel narrower, like the walls had leaned in to listen. Every few minutes, I glanced at the note again as if the words might rearrange themselves into something less absurd. At 11:58, I stood up. At 11:59, I reached for the latch. At exactly midnight, I pulled. The latch moved. The wood did not. I didn't feel fear then. I felt confusion sharpen into something like irritation. Rules don't bother me. Broken rules do. I knocked on the door. Hard enough to sting my knuckles, just to hear something solid answer back. That's when there was a knock in return. Not from inside the cabin. From outside. 3 slow taps, evenly spaced, patient. Not testing, not aggressive. Like someone knocking on a neighbor's door, confident it would be answered. I froze with my hand still on the latch. The forest had gone completely still. No wind, no insects. The silence pressed against my ears until I could hear my own pulse. Another knock came, closer this time, not in distance but in intent, as if whoever stood on the other side had leaned in. I didn't speak. I didn't move. Every instinct I had screamed that this was the moment you pretend you aren't home. Even when the lights are on and the door is locked. A voice followed the knocking, calm and unmistakably human. Nathan. It said, using my name like it had always belonged to it. The door opens from this side now. My stomach dropped, cold and heavy. I hadn't told anyone where I was staying. The listing was private. No neighbors. No ranger scheduled to check in until morning. The latch in my hand shifted on its own. I didn't pull it. Something else did. And the door began to open inward, inch by inch. Against my grip, against everything I thought I understood about how doors were supposed to work. The door didn't swing open all at once. It crept inward the way frost spreads across glass, slow enough that I could still pretend I was imagining it. My fingers tightened around the latch, skin burning as if the metal had turned colder just to spite me. I leaned back, planted my heels, and pulled with everything I had. The wood shuddered, then stopped, caught halfway between closed and open like it was considering which side it preferred. The gap was only a few inches, but the air that pushed through it felt wrong. Not colder, not warmer, just stale. Like it had been held somewhere too, long before being released. I could smell damp earth, and something faintly metallic underneath it. Like old coins left in rain. I pressed my shoulder against the door and forced it shut. It slammed closed with a sound that echoed too long for such a small room. The latch snapped into place. Solid. Final. I stumbled back. Heart hammering, every nerve buzzing, like I'd narrowly missed stepping into traffic. I stood there for a full minute, listening. Waiting for the next knock, the next voice, anything to prove that what I just experienced had actually happened. Nothing. The silence was worse. I backed away from the door and sat on the edge of the bed, forcing myself to breathe slowly. Panic feeds on momentum. If you stop moving, stop reacting, sometimes it starves. I checked my watch again. 12:04 a.m. same day. Same night. Still within the neat, rational box of time I trusted. I told myself the voice had been a trick of stress. The latch moving had been old hardware failing under pressure. The note had been left by someone trying to scare future renters. People do that. They carve rules into cabins, leave warnings, invent folklore to give meaning to boredom. I almost believed it. Then the handle turned. Not violently. Not testing. It rotated smoothly. Deliberately, the way someone turns a handle when they know it isn't locked. The latch disengaged with a soft click. I didn't touch it this time. The door stayed shut. Seconds passed. Then minutes. Whoever, or whatever, was on the other side didn't knock again. Didn't speak. Just waited, hand still on the handle, as patient as gravity. I crept closer, every step measured, careful not to make a sound. I leaned in until my forehead was inches from the wood. I could feel a faint vibration through it, like someone breathing on the other side, close enough that the warmth should have seeped through. "I can't open it," I said, my voice cracking despite my effort to keep it steady. "There's something wrong with the door." The handle tightened under my hand. I hadn't realized I'd reached for it until my fingers were already wrapped around the cold metal, mirroring the grip on the other side. "That's the point," the voice said quietly. "It only works one way now." I yanked my hand back like I'd been burned. The handle didn't move again. I staggered away, knocking into the table hard enough to rattle the lantern. Shadows jumped across the walls, stretching, warping, briefly making the room feel crowded with shapes that weren't really there. "What do you want?" I asked, louder now, anger creeping in because fear had nowhere else to go. "If this is some kind of joke." "I want to leave," the voice interrupted. Still calm, still mine or close enough that the difference made my skin crawl. "And so do you." I laughed sharp and ugly, then step away from the door. There was a pause. Long enough that hope flickered, thin and stupid. "I can't," it said. "Not anymore." The note on the wall came back to me then, the last line scratching at my memory. "Do not wait alone." I hadn't understood it before. I was starting to. I paced the cabin, checking the single window, even though I already knew what I'd find. It was small, set high, the glass cloudy with age. When I wiped it clean with my sleeve, the forest stared back at me, dark and unmoving. No footprints. No flashlight beam. No outline of a person standing where the door should have been. I leaned closer, squinting, trying to adjust my eyes. My reflection stared back, but it was wrong. It moved a fraction of a second slower than I did, like a bad video call. When I tilted my head, it hesitated before copying the motion. Its eyes didn't blink when mine did. Its mouth was set in a line that looked too tight, too practiced. I stepped back. The reflection stayed where it was, still staring, still waiting. The handle rattled behind me. I spun around just in time to see the latch shift again. The door bowed inward slightly, as if pressed by a weight greater than a human body. The wood creaked, complaining in a language older than words. "Open it," the voice said. Closer now, no longer muffled by the door. "You're running out of time." "Time for what?" I shouted. "For the switch." The lantern flickered. Not out, just dimmer, then bright again, like someone adjusting a dial. Shadows slid across the floor, pooling near the door, stretching toward me with lazy confidence. "What switch?" I asked, though part of me already knew. The note hadn't said the door could only be opened from outside after midnight. It said it could only be opened from the outside after midnight, which meant there had been a before. "You think you're the first one to be inside when it changes?" the voice asked. It sounded almost sympathetic now. "You think the rules started with you?" The handle stopped moving. For a moment, everything went still. Then there was a knock from inside the cabin. 3 slow taps. Behind me, on the wall, right where the note was taped. I didn't turn around right away. I couldn't. The sound of those knocks behind me felt heavier than anything at the door ever had, like acknowledging them would make something permanent. My eyes stayed locked on the door, on the handle that had finally gone still, as if it were holding its breath along with me. The knocking came again. Same rhythm, same patience. Not urgent, not angry, just certain. I backed away from the wall without looking, hands out in front of me, until my fingers brushed the edge of the table. My pulse was so loud I was sure it would give me away, even though I had no idea what away meant anymore. When I finally forced myself to turn, the cabin looked exactly the same as it had all night. Same rough planks. Same curling note taped to the wall. Nothing visibly wrong. I stepped closer. The knocking stopped the moment I did. My reflection in the window caught my attention again, even though I hadn't meant to look. It was closer now, pressed up against the glass from the other side. Eyes wide and alert in a way mine weren't anymore. When I raised my hand, it didn't copy me. It knocked on the glass instead, gently, like it was asking to be let in. "I'm not opening anything," I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I was saying it to. The voice at the door sighed.
"Tired human."
"You already did," it said. "You just didn't notice when." The lantern flickered again, longer this time, dimming until the cabin was soaked in shadow. In that brief half-light, I saw movement near the wall. Not a shape exactly. More like a distortion. As if the air itself had thickened and leaned inward. I reached for the note with shaking fingers. The paper crumbled more than it should have when I touched it. Like it had been handled too many times by hands that hadn't known what else to grab. Door opens from outside only after midnight. Do not test it. Do not wait alone. There was something written beneath that, something I hadn't noticed before. Faint enough that it only appeared when the lantern dimmed. Someone must always be inside. The realization hit me so hard my knees almost gave out. This wasn't a trap meant to kill. It was a system. A rotation. Someone inside, someone outside. Midnight as the exchange point. The handle turned smoothly. "This is the part where you decide," the voice said. It sounded closer than ever now, not muffled at all. "You can open it from your side before the switch finishes. Or you can stay. Either way, someone fills the space." I rushed to the door, grabbing the latch with both hands. It resisted at first, then gave slightly, the wood trembling as if it recognized me again. Cold air seeped through the growing gap, carrying the smell of trees and damp soil, and freedom so sharp it hurt. The knocking behind me became frantic. "Don't," my voice said from the wall, no longer calm, no longer patient. "You don't know how long I've been waiting." I hesitated. That was the problem. I hesitated. The door jerked outward violently, ripped from my grip by a force that felt eager, relieved. I stumbled forward, dragged by momentum and cold night air, and suddenly I was outside. Boots hitting dirt hard enough to knock the breath from my lungs. The door slammed shut behind me. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding, spinning toward the cabin, already reaching for the handle. It didn't move. I pounded on the wood, shouting until my throat burned, until my voice cracked and failed. Through the small window, I could see the lantern glowing steadily now, warm and inviting. A figure stood inside, backlit and calm, examining the room like someone settling into a familiar space. It turned. It was me. Not a reflection. Not a distortion. Solid. Real. My face, my posture, my exhausted relief. He met my eyes through the glass and nodded once, slow and solemn, like a promise being kept. "I'll take good care of it," he said, and I knew he meant the cabin. The rules. The waiting. The light dimmed, then went out. I don't know how long I stayed there, pounding on the door, begging, bargaining, threatening. Eventually my hands went numb. My voice disappeared. The forest didn't answer any of it. Sometime near dawn, I noticed something carved into the doorframe on the outside. Letters worn smooth by weather and time. Read, my name etched deep enough to last. When the sun finally crested the trees, the cabin looked ordinary again. Empty. Quiet. The door opened easily when I tried it, swinging inward with that same tired creak I remembered from the evening before. Inside, everything was untouched. The bed neatly made. The table clean. The note gone. Park rangers found me later that morning, wandering the road barefoot and shaking, unable to explain why I kept insisting someone else was still in there. They checked the cabin twice. Found nothing. They drove me out without asking many questions. But sometimes, just after midnight, I wake up with the certainty that a door has opened somewhere deep in the woods, and that someone is knocking from the inside, waiting for me to remember which side I'm supposed to be on. My name is Elijah Porter, and I've learned that survival is a word people use when they don't know what else to call what happened to them. When I say I survived the cabin, most people nod and imagine cold nights, a busted heater, maybe a scare with a bear. They imagine a story that ends when the door opens and daylight pours in. That's the version I let them keep. What I don't tell them is that survival isn't the same as leaving, and leaving isn't the same as being alone afterward. I drove up to the cabin just after noon, the kind of washed out winter sun that makes everything look harmless. The road was plowed but narrow, a single lane curling through spruce and fir, no tire tracks ahead of me. I'd booked the place through a state-managed backcountry program. Emergency shelter turned rental during the off-season. 1 day only. That was the rule. In by noon, out by noon the next day. Strictly realistic, strictly regulated, nothing mysterious about it. The ranger on the phone had sounded bored, which I took as a good sign. The cabin sat in a clearing that felt too round, like someone had traced a circle and erased everything else. No smoke from the chimney, no footprints around the porch. The building itself was plain unpainted wood, tin roof, a single window on each wall. I remember thinking it looked smaller than the photos, but photos always lie a little. I unlocked the door with the code they'd sent me and stepped inside, bringing the cold with me. It smelled like old pine and metal. Not rot, not damp, clean in a way that felt intentional. I set my pack down, did the routine, check the stove, test the radio, inventory the supplies. Everything was where it was supposed to be. There was a logbook on the table, last entry dated months back. A short note. Routine stay. No issues. I signed my name and the date and felt the small relief that comes with being accounted for. By mid-afternoon, the light had already begun to shift. Winter does that. I chopped wood behind the cabin, the sound of the axe carrying farther than it should have. Each strike echoed, thin and sharp, like the forest was repeating it back with a delay. I stopped a few times, listening. Nothing moved. No birds. No wind. Just my own breath and the quiet pressing in. Inside, the stove took a while to catch. When it did, the heat felt local, contained. As if it didn't want to travel. I sat at the table and ate, reading the rules sheet tacked to the wall. Basic stuff. Keep the door locked. Radio check ins at set times. Do not wander off trail after dark. It all felt like liability language. I folded the paper and put it back. The first odd thing happened at 4:17 p.m. I know the time because I checked it twice, annoyed at myself for already feeling restless. There was a sound at the back of the cabin, soft and patient. Not a knock. More like someone placing their palm against the wall and leaning. The wood creaked in a way that didn't match the temperature shift. I stood, heart doing that quick stutter it does when your brain hasn't decided whether to panic yet. I walked to the back window and looked out. Trees. Snow. My own tracks from the woodpile. Nothing else. When I pressed my hand to the inside of the wall, where the sound had been, the wood was warm, almost matching my skin. I laughed then, a single breath of sound, embarrassed by how loud it was in the small room. Cabins make noise. That's what they do. Dusk came fast. The radio crackled on schedule, the ranger's voice distant but real. I reported all clear. He acknowledged and signed off. I felt better after that, the way you do when someone else knows where you are. I locked the door, banked the fire, and lay down on the narrow bed with my boots lined up beneath it. The ceiling was low enough that I could see every seam in the boards. Sleep came in pieces. I'd drift, then surface, then drift again. At some point I became aware of breathing that wasn't mine. Slow. Careful. Not loud enough to be threatening, which somehow made it worse. I held my own breath, counting, listening. The sound continued, steady, like someone asleep in the next room. The cabin didn't have another room. I told myself it was the stove. I told myself it was the wind finally finding a way in. I told myself a lot of things until the breathing shifted, as if whoever, or whatever, was doing it had noticed me listening. It stopped. The silence afterward felt heavy, the way a room feels after someone leaves without saying goodbye. I don't know how long I lay there before morning light began to leak around the edges of the window. When I stood, my legs tingled, pins and needles from staying too still. The cabin looked exactly the same as it had the night before. No signs of intrusion. No marks. No footprints outside, even near the walls. I made coffee and drank it standing up, suddenly eager to be moving. At 8:02 a.m., the radio turned on by itself. No crackle this time. Just an open channel. I waited for the ranger's voice. Instead, there was a sound like fabric shifting close to the microphone. Then a breath. My breath, or close enough that my stomach dropped before my mind caught up. Elijah, the radio said, using my name the way someone does when they're standing behind you. I shut it off with shaking hands. The rules sheet fluttered on the wall, disturbed by nothing I could see. I told myself it was interference. I told myself it was stress. I told myself I'd be out by noon. When I opened the door to check the sky, the clearing looked wrong. Not altered, not damaged, just occupied. As if something that belonged inside had stepped out and hadn't realized it yet. The air felt used, pressed thin. I stood on the threshold. Keys in my pocket, the path to my truck clear and ordinary. That was the first moment I understood that leaving might not be the end of it. Part 2, I stepped outside anyway, because starting still had started to feel like a decision I was actively making, and I didn't trust myself to keep choosing it. The cold hit harder than it should have, sharp and dry, like the air had been waiting for me. My breath fogged immediately, hanging in front of my face, longer than normal, before thinning out. I remember thinking the fog looked wrong. Not drifting, just hovering, as if it didn't know where to go once it left me. The clearing was quiet in a way that felt staged. No wind through the trees, no distant creak of branches settling. Even my boots sounded muted in the snow, each step absorbed instead of echoed. I walked the perimeter slow, deliberate, forcing myself to notice details. My tire tracks were still there, clean and undisturbed. The woodpile was untouched. No footprints leading away from the cabin. None circling it either. If something had been leaning against the wall the night before, it hadn't needed feet. When I looked back at the cabin, I had the sudden, irrational thought that it was watching me. Not from the windows. They reflected only trees and sky. But from the shape of it, the way the angles came together. Like a posture. Like something waiting to see if I'd come back on my own. I returned inside and packed faster than necessary. The radio stayed off. I didn't want to hear my name again, even by accident. As I rolled my sleeping bag, I noticed the logbook was open on the table. I was sure I'd closed it. The page I'd signed yesterday was still there, but beneath my neat handwriting, another line had been added in pencil. Stayed longer than expected. No name, no date, just that sentence, pressed hard enough to leave grooves in the paper. I touched the indent with my thumb, half expecting it to be warm. It wasn't. The pencil lay on the table beside the book, sharpened to a fine point. I didn't remember using it. I should have left right then. That's the obvious part. The part people like to point out later. But there was a weight in the room that made quick movements feel wrong, like running in a library. I finished packing slowly, deliberately, narrating my actions in my head to keep from spiraling. Pack zipped. Stove cold. Door unlocked. Keys in hand. As soon as I stepped onto the porch, I heard it inside. Not breathing this time. Movement. It sounded like someone shifting their weight from one foot to the other. Wood creaking under a careful step. The sound moved from the back of the cabin toward the front, stopping just behind the door. I stood frozen, hand hovering inches from the handle, my reflection warped in the small glass pane. For a second, I thought I saw something behind me in that reflection, an outline where there shouldn't have been one. But when I turned, there was only the clearing and the trees pretending not to watch. I forced the door shut harder than necessary and locked it, my hands clumsy with adrenaline. The sound inside stopped immediately, as if the lock had been a signal. I backed away from the porch, heart pounding so hard it made my vision pulse. The walk to my truck felt longer than it had the day before. Each step came with the expectation of something happening, some sign that I'd crossed a line I couldn't uncross. Nothing did. I reached the driver's door, unlocked it, and climbed inside, slamming it shut behind me with a force that rattled the windows. Only then did I realize the cab smelled wrong. Not bad, not rotten. Just familiar in a way that didn't belong there. The same clean pine and metal scent as the cabin, faint but unmistakable. I checked the back seat, the footwells, the bed of the truck. Nothing. No sign of intrusion. I told myself smells linger. I told myself my clothes were the culprit. I started the engine and didn't look back. The road out wound through the trees the same way it had coming in, but it felt narrower. the forest pressing closer on both sides. I drove with my jaw clenched, every sense stretched thin, waiting for the moment something would step into my path. Nothing did. My phone picked up signal a few miles out. I almost cried at the sight of it. At the ranger station, I handed in the key and signed out. The same bored ranger from the phone call nodded, barely looking up. "Everything okay?" he asked, out of habit more than concern. "Yeah," I said, and meant that I was still breathing. "Yeah, fine." He hesitated, just for a fraction of a second, then nodded again. "Sabin's been empty a while," he said. "Sometimes takes a bit to air out. You get used to it." I didn't ask what he meant by that. I left before he could say more. The drive home blurred together. Gas station coffee, traffic, familiar exits. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the sun was already low, the same washed out light as the day before. I sat in the truck for a long moment before getting out, listening. Nothing. Inside my house, everything was where it should be. The air smelled like dust and detergent in my life. I showered, letting the hot water ground me, watching the steam curl toward the ceiling and disappear. When I stepped out and wiped the mirror, my reflection looked tired but solid. Alone. That night, I slept in my own bed, surrounded by walls I trusted. Sleep came easier than it had any right to. I dreamed of the cabin, of course, but not the way I expected. In the dream, it wasn't in the forest. It was somewhere closer. Somewhere I knew. The door was open, light spilling out onto a floor that wasn't wood. I woke just before midnight to the sound of my house settling. A normal sound. A safe sound. I rolled over and reached for my phone, checking the time out of habit. That's when I heard the breathing. Slow. Careful. Coming from the hallway outside my bedroom. The same rhythm as before, unchanged by distance or walls or miles of road. I lay perfectly still, every muscle locked, staring at the dark doorway. The breathing paused. Then, from just beyond the threshold, something shifted its weight, as if testing the floorboards, learning how my house sounded when it moved. I understood then what I hadn't wanted to before. I had left the cabin, but the cabin hadn't let go of me. I didn't move because I was afraid. That's the simple explanation, the one that fits neatly into the shape people expect. The truth is stranger. I didn't move because something in me recognized the sound in the hallway as familiar in a way that went beyond fear. Like hearing your own footsteps, echoing back to you from a place you're sure you haven't walked yet. The breathing stayed steady, patient. It wasn't trying to hide. It wasn't trying to scare me. It sounded like it was waiting for permission. I counted my breaths, slow and shallow, the way I'd learned to do during panic drills years ago. In, out, out. My phone lay warm in my hand, screen dark. I could have turned on the light. I could have called someone. I didn't do either. Some instinct I didn't trust, but couldn't nor told me that acknowledging it directly would change something I wouldn't be able to change back. The floorboard outside my bedroom creaked again, just a fraction deeper this time, like weight settling. Not heavy, not light. Precise. Whoever, or whatever, was standing there was learning the house, the way I'd learned the cabin. I wondered, distantly, if it had read the rules sheet too. If it understood the difference between inside and outside, between staying and leaving. The breathing stopped. I waited for the sound of retreat, for footsteps moving away. Instead, I heard fabric brush softly against the doorframe, the faintest whisper of contact. The smell came next, so subtle I almost convinced myself it was memory. Clean pine. Cold metal. Not out of place enough to scream wrong, just enough to feel borrowed. Elijah. Something said. And this time it didn't need a radio. It wasn't my voice. That was the part that finally broke the spell. It was close, but not close enough to fool me. Like a sentence translated too literally, all the right words in the wrong order. I sat up in bed, heart hammering, and spoke before I could stop myself. You can't stay here. The words hung in the air, thin and fragile. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the breathing resumed, faster now, uneven. The sound shifted, backing away from the door, retreating down the hallway. I listened as it moved, each step placed carefully, memorizing the distance between rooms. I didn't sleep after that. I sat with my back against the headboard, watching the doorway until the gray light of morning crept in. When the sun finally rose, it felt like a betrayal. I'd expected it to fix things. It didn't. The house looked normal in daylight. Too normal. No marks on the floor. No sign anyone had been there. The hallway smelled like dust and coffee and nothing else. I walked through each room, opening doors, checking corners, narrating my actions again like a charm against losing my grip. Everything was where it should be, except for my coat. I'd left it hanging by the front door when I came home. Now it lay folded neatly on the couch, sleeves tucked in, the way my mother used to do when I was a kid. I stood there staring at it, a cold certainty settling in my gut. It hadn't been hiding. It had been practicing. I grabbed my keys and left the house without locking the door. I needed people, noise, movement, proof that the world still followed rules I understood. I drove until the city swallowed me, parked on a crowded street, and sat there with the engine running, watching strangers pass by. No one looked at me twice. No one followed. By noon, exhaustion hit me like a wave. The kind that sinks into your bones and makes bad ideas feel reasonable. I drove back home, telling myself I'd imagined it all. That stress does strange things when you give it the right conditions. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, bracing myself for the smell. Nothing. The house felt empty in the honest way, the way it had before I ever left for the cabin. I let myself believe, just a little. I made food. I showered again. I even laughed once, at a stupid video my phone autoplayed. The sound startling in the quiet room. It was mid-afternoon when I noticed the window. The one in the living room faces the backyard. A narrow strip of grass bordered by a fence, and a line of trees beyond that don't belong to me. I'd looked out that window 1,000 times. This time, something was different. Not the view itself, but the way it was framed. The reflection in the glass didn't match the room behind me. I stood very still, eyes fixed on the window, and raised my hand. In the reflection, a second later, something else raised its hand too. Not from where I stood, but from deeper in the room, closer to the hallway. The timing was wrong. The distance was wrong. The shape was almost right. I turned around. The room was empty. When I looked back at the window, the reflection matched again. Just me. Just my house. My heart pounded so hard it made me dizzy. I stumbled back, hitting the edge of the couch, and laughed. A sharp, broken sound that didn't help at all. That's when I heard it behind me. A soft creak. Familiar. The sound of someone shifting their weight in a space they believed they belonged to. I didn't turn around this time. I didn't need to. I understood then what I'd been refusing to name. The cabin wasn't a place. It was a pattern. 4 walls. A threshold. Someone inside. Someone else waiting. I'd crossed that threshold once. Now it was learning how to build another one around me. The breathing was right at my back, close enough that I could feel the air move against my neck. It didn't touch me. It didn't have to. I spoke again, voice barely steady. This isn't your home. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the breathing slowed, thoughtful. The pressure behind me eased. Just slightly. I felt something like disappointment, or maybe confusion. As if I'd corrected a mistake it hadn't realized it was making. The sound retreated, not toward the hallway this time, but toward the front door. I heard the lock click, the soft scrape of it being turned with care. The door opened. Cold air rushed in, carrying with it that too clean scent. Then the door closed. I stood there for a long time, afraid to move, afraid not to. When I finally did turn around, the house was empty again. The lock was still engaged. The door showed no sign it had been opened at all. I tell people I survived the cabin because it's easier than explaining the truth. The truth is, something learned how to follow me home. And sometimes, late at night, when my house is quiet and the air feels used, I get the sense that it's standing just outside, waiting patiently. Not trying to get in. Just making sure I remember where home is supposed to be. My name is Patrick Sloan. I am 34 years old, a civil engineer by training. And on the morning this happened, I signed my name into the trail, register with the same neat handwriting I use at work. I wrote the date, the route, my planned turnaround time, and the make of my vehicle. I remember pausing before closing the logbook, reading the standard warning about sudden weather changes and limited visibility. Fog was mentioned in a single sentence, almost as an afterthought. At the time, the sky above the parking lot was pale blue, the air cool and dry, and nothing about the day suggested danger. I entered the park alone just after sunrise. This was intentional. I had come to walk, not to talk, and I wanted the quiet that only an empty trail can give you. The first few miles passed without incident. The forest was still. The kind of stillness that feels deliberate rather than empty. My boots sounded loud on the packed dirt, and I kept adjusting my pace to avoid startling the birds that flitted across the path ahead of me. Everything felt ordinary, manageable, and familiar. The fog rolled in gradually. It did not arrive like a wall or a wave. It seeped between the trees, low and patient, thinning the distance first and then the light. I noticed it because the far end of the trail stopped being visible. Then the tree line softened. By the time I checked my watch, the sun had become a vague white circle overhead, its edges blurred as if smudged by a thumb. I considered turning back. That thought came and went quickly. The trail markers were clear, my GPS had signal, and the map on my phone showed nothing unusual ahead. I had hiked in fog before. It can be disorienting, but it is not inherently dangerous if you stay on the path and pay attention. I told myself this and kept moving. Sound changed before anything else. The forest did not go silent, exactly, but it lost depth. Bird calls seemed closer than they should have been, as if sound could not travel far. My breathing felt louder in my ears. When I stopped walking, the hush around me felt pressed, like a held breath. About an hour later, I reached a stretch where the trail widened slightly. The trees pulled back just enough to suggest an opening ahead. The fog thinned there, lifting in uneven patches. I slowed, partly because visibility was improving. and partly because something about the space ahead felt exposed. Trails rarely open up without reason. Clearings exist because of old growth patterns, water sources, or human use. I could not remember seeing one marked on my map. When I stepped into the clearing, the fog lifted completely. It did not fade or drift away. It stopped at the edge, as if contained by an invisible boundary. Inside the clearing, the air was clear and still. Sunlight filtered down in narrow shafts, illuminating the ground with unnatural precision. I could see every detail, every shadow, every texture. The contrast with the surrounding fog was so sharp that it made my eyes ache. In the center of the clearing was a pile of gear. At first glance, I thought it was debris left behind by a group of hikers. That happens sometimes, especially near unofficial campsites. But as I took a few careful steps forward, I realized this was not a pile in the usual sense. The items were arranged. Phones were stacked face down in a neat column, each one powered off. Backpacks were laid side by side, straps tucked in, buckles fastened. Boots were paired and aligned, toes pointing inward toward the center like spokes on a wheel. There were at least a dozen sets. I stopped moving. My first instinct was not fear but confusion. I counted again slowly. 12 backpacks. More boots than that. Some items were older than others. A faded external frame pack lay next to a newer ultralight model. The phones ranged from cracked, outdated designs to recent models I recognized immediately. One of them looked identical to mine. I did not approach that one. There were no bodies, no blood, no sign of a struggle. The ground beneath the gear was undisturbed, the pine needles flattened as if by careful hands rather than weight. It looked like an exhibit, curated and maintained. I felt the inappropriate urge to step around the arrangement rather than through it, the way you would in a museum. I checked my surroundings. The clearing was roughly circular, maybe 30 feet across. Trees ringed it closely, their trunks straight and evenly spaced. There were no obvious trails leading in or out besides the one I had come from. The fog beyond the trees was thick again, unmoving. I took out my phone and snapped a photo. The camera adjusted instantly, capturing the scene with unsettling clarity. When I looked at the image, it appeared flatter than what I was seeing with my own eyes, as if something essential had not translated. Still, it was proof that this was real, that I was not misinterpreting a trick of light. I checked my GPS. The signal was strong. According to the map, I was exactly where I should have been, on a marked section of trail with no indication of a clearing or landmark. I refreshed the app. Nothing changed. My rational mind began listing explanations. A search and rescue staging area, abandoned for some reason. A memorial. A training exercise gone wrong. None of these fit the careful neutrality of the arrangement. There were no tags, no flags, no notes. No attempt to identify the owners or explain their absence. I noticed then that the gear was clean. Not new, but clean in a way that suggested maintenance. Dirt had been brushed from the packs. The boots showed wear, but their soles were free of mud. Even the phones, stacked so precisely, had been wiped of fingerprints. Whoever had placed these items here had taken time with them. A low pressure settled in my chest, the kind that makes you aware of your heartbeat. I considered leaving immediately. The sensible thing would have been to turn around, follow the trail back through the fog, and report what I had found to a ranger. That thought stalled when I realized I could no longer see the trail behind me. The opening I had stepped through was gone, The trees looked the same in every direction, evenly spaced, their bark pale in the filtered light. The fog pressed up against them from all sides, uniform and unbroken. I turned in a slow circle, trying to locate my entry point. There was no gap, no thinning, no indication of a path. I told myself I was mistaken. Fog can shift. Perspective can lie. I walked toward where I believed the trail should be. The moment I crossed the tree line, visibility dropped to less than 10 feet. The air grew damp and heavy. I took 3 steps forward, then stopped. The ground beneath my boots did not feel like a trail. It was softer, uneven, littered with branches and undergrowth. I knelt and brushed aside the leaves. There was no packed dirt, no sign of repeated foot traffic. I stood quickly and stepped back into the clearing, relief and dread arriving at the same time. Inside, the air cleared instantly. I checked my watch. Only a few minutes had passed since I entered the clearing. It felt longer. I drank some water and forced myself to breathe slowly. Panic would not help. I needed to think. I tried calling out. My voice carried oddly, flattening as it reached the trees, then cutting off. There was no echo, no return. I listened for movement beyond the fog. I heard nothing. I walked the perimeter, careful not to disturb the arrangement at the center. Up close, I noticed small details I had missed before. A cracked carabiner clipped to a pack strap. A trail map folded with meticulous care. A child's sock tucked into a side pocket. Pink with faded cartoon animals. These were personal items, intimate in a way that made my skin prickle. I found a wallet. It lay beneath one of the backpacks, partially concealed but placed deliberately, as if meant to be found last. Inside was a driver's license. The photo showed a man about my age, smiling stiffly. His eyes looked tired. The name meant nothing to me. The address was several states away. There was cash inside, untouched, and a library card with a due date from months earlier. I returned the wallet to its place, my hands shaking despite my effort to stay calm. This was not an accident site. This was not neglect. This was a collection. The fog at the edge of the clearing shifted then, not moving inward but rippling, as if disturbed by something passing along the perimeter. I froze, watching the trees. For a moment, the fog thinned just enough to suggest a shape, tall and narrow, moving between trunks. I told myself it was a trick of light, a shadow cast by uneven ground. I checked my phone again. Still signal. No missed calls. I tried dialing emergency services. The call did not connect. The screen showed no error, no dropped signal. It simply kept dialing. The timer ticking upward without sound. I ended the call and typed a text to my sister, explaining briefly where I was and what I had found. The message showed as sent, but there was no confirmation of delivery. The clearing felt smaller. I do not know if that was true, or if my perception was narrowing, but the distance between the gear pile and the trees seemed reduced. The light overhead dimmed slightly, the sun's blurred disk fading as if passing behind a cloud that did not exist. I made a decision then, driven less by logic than by the growing certainty that staying put was a mistake. I chose a direction at random and stepped into the fog again, moving slowly, marking trees with the bright tape I carried in my pack. The first strip went around a trunk just beyond the clearing, the second a few yards farther in. On my third step, I heard something behind me. It was not a footstep. It was the sound of fabric shifting, of weight settling. I turned back toward the clearing, my heart pounding hard enough to make me lightheaded. The fog parted slightly. At the edge of the clearing, just inside the ring of trees, a new item lay at the end of the arrangement. It was my spare glove, placed palm up, fingers straightened, clean as if it had never touched the ground. I stood there, unable to move, staring at it, aware in a distant, clinical way that I had not taken that glove out of my pack. The fog closed in again, and somewhere beyond the trees, something exhaled, slow and deliberate, as if pleased. I did not know then that this was only the beginning of the day, or that by nightfall the clearing would no longer be empty of people. I stood at the edge of the clearing for a long time after that, staring at the glove until my eyes began to sting. The rational part of my mind insisted on simple explanations. I could have dropped it without realizing. Someone else could have found it and placed it there. But none of those explanations accounted for how clean it was, or how carefully it had been positioned, or how completely certain I was that my pack had been closed the last time I checked it. I forced myself to move. Standing still was making everything worse. I stepped back into the clearing, deliberately circling wide so I would not come too close to the gear pile. As I walked, I kept my eyes on the trees, watching for movement in the fog. Nothing broke the surface. The fog remained dense and uniform, like a wall pressed up against the trunks. I opened my pack and took inventory. Everything was there, including the matching glove. I checked twice, then a third time, my hands clumsy with adrenaline. The glove in the clearing was not mine, I told myself. It just looked like mine. That thought did not hold up for long. The wear pattern on the fingertips was identical. The small tear near the wrist seam was in the same place. I had made that tear months earlier on a metal fence. I closed my pack slowly. I tried the phone again. No signal now. The indicator that had shown full bars earlier was gone, replaced by a blank icon. The GPS app refused to load, freezing on a half-rendered map before crashing entirely. My watch still worked, but the seconds felt exaggerated, each tick too loud in my head. The light in the clearing continued to dim, subtly but steadily. It was still daytime, but the quality of the light had changed, flattening colors and sharpening shadows. I realized with a jolt that I could no longer see the sun at all, not even as a blurred shape. I decided to follow my tape markers back out. Even if the trail itself was gone, the markers would give me a line, a reference. I stepped into the fog again, counting my steps, moving slowly so I would not panic and lose track of direction. The first strip of tape was exactly where I had tied it, bright against the bark. I felt a brief, intense surge of relief. 10 steps farther, the second strip was also there. I reached for the third and stopped. The tape I had tied was no longer wrapped around the trunk. Instead, it hung loose, dangling from a branch above eye level, twisted into a shape that pointed deeper into the fog. The adhesive side faced outward, clean and unblemished, as if it had never touched bark. I did not touch it. I backed up carefully, returning to the clearing, my breathing shallow and fast. The moment I crossed the invisible boundary, the fog thinned again, and I could see clearly. The clearing looked unchanged except for one thing. The glove was no longer alone. Next to it lay my water bottle. It was empty. The cap was screwed back on, tight. I sat down hard, my legs giving out beneath me. My thoughts spiraled, each one feeding into the next. This was not coincidence. This was not environmental disorientation. Something was interacting with me, responding to my actions with deliberate precision. The arrangement at the center of the clearing suddenly felt less like a static display and more like a record, a timeline. People arrived. Their belongings were taken. Over time, everything ended up there. I thought of the missing persons posters I had seen at trailheads over the years, the faces that blur together when you see enough of them. I had never considered where the gear went when bodies were never found. Now I was sitting in front of a possible answer, and the knowledge sat in my stomach like a stone. I stood again, forcing myself to stay focused. Fear could not be allowed to paralyze me. I needed information. I needed options. I approached the gear pile for the first time, stepping carefully between the arranged items. Up close, the sense of intention was overwhelming. Nothing overlapped. Nothing was out of place. Each item had been cleaned, sorted, and positioned with care. I noticed now that the oldest gear sat at the bottom, newer items layered above, as if the collection had grown over time. Near the center, partially obscured by backpacks, was a small notebook. I hesitated before picking it up. The cover was weathered but intact, its edges softened by handling. When I opened it, I found pages of cramped handwriting, each entry dated. The dates spanned years. Some entries were short, single sentences written with shaking hands. Others filled entire pages. The ink pressed deep into the paper. The first legible entry read, "I thought if I stayed in the fog long enough, I would come out somewhere else." Another, written months later, "It learns what you leave behind." As I flipped through, a pattern emerged. Different handwriting styles. Different voices, all describing variations of the same experience. Fog that behaved incorrectly. Trails that shifted. Clearings that did not exist on maps. Each account ended abruptly. The last entry, written in a careful, deliberate hand, chilled me more than the rest. If you are reading this, it has already noticed you. Do not give it anything you cannot afford to lose. I closed the notebook and put it back where I found it. My hands were shaking uncontrollably now. I clenched them into fists and forced myself to breathe. The fog at the edge of the clearing stirred again, more noticeably this time. It did not advance, but it pulsed, thinning and thickening in slow rhythm. With each pulse, the forest beyond seemed to rearrange itself, trunks shifting position just enough to make the space feel wrong. A sound reached me then, faint but unmistakable. Footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, approaching from multiple directions at once. I turned in place, trying to pinpoint their source. But the sound flattened as it passed through the fog, losing directionality. I could not tell how far away they were, only that they were getting closer. I backed toward the center of the clearing, heart hammering. The gear pile loomed beside me, an island of order in a sea of uncertainty. The footsteps stopped just beyond the tree line. Silence followed, thick and oppressive. Then a voice spoke. It was not loud. It did not come from any one direction. It sounded like it was being spoken directly into my head, using my own internal cadence. "Patrick Sloan," it said. Hearing my name broke something inside me. I staggered, nearly falling, my vision blurring. I had not told anyone where I was going today. I had not spoken my name aloud since entering the park. "I don't understand," I said, my voice cracking. Speaking felt dangerous, but staying silent felt worse. The fog rippled again. A shape pressed against it from the outside, tall and indistinct. It did not enter the clearing. It remained just beyond the boundary, as if respecting a rule I did not understand. "You do," the voice replied. "You see what remains." I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. What do you want? There was a pause. The pressure in the air increased, making it harder to breathe. When the voice returned, it was softer. Balance. The meaning of that word settled over me slowly. The notebook, the arrangement, the items it had taken from me already. I understood then that this was a transaction, not a hunt. People were not chased. They were diminished, piece by piece, until nothing remained but what could be arranged and kept. "I won't give you anything," I said, the words tumbling out in desperation. The fog stirred, and the shape beyond it leaned closer. I felt a sudden, sharp tug at my wrist. My watch slipped free, sailing through the air to land neatly beside my water bottle. I screamed then, the sound tearing out of me, raw and uncontrolled. The clearing did not echo. The fog absorbed it completely. Something shifted. The light flared briefly, then dimmed again. The shape retreated slightly. "Time," the voice said. "I's already given." I did not stop screaming until my throat burned. When I could finally breathe again, the fog had stilled. The footsteps were gone. The clearing felt empty in a way it had not before, as if whatever intelligence watched from beyond had turned its attention elsewhere. I did not waste the opportunity. I grabbed the notebook, shoved it into my pack, and ran. I chose a direction at random and sprinted into the fog, not stopping to mark trees, not caring if I stayed on a trail. Branches tore at my clothes. Roots caught my feet. I fell once, hard, scraping my palms raw, but I got up again immediately. The fog thinned as I ran. The pressure in my chest eased. Light returned gradually, filtering through the canopy in familiar patterns. When I burst out onto packed dirt, I nearly collapsed with relief. The trail was there. I followed it without stopping until I reached the parking lot, my legs burning, my lungs on fire. My car sat where I had left it, untouched. Other vehicles were parked nearby now. The normalcy of the scene felt surreal, fragile. I drove straight to the ranger station. They listened politely as I spoke, their expression shifting from concern to skepticism as my story unfolded. Search and rescue had no record of a clearing matching my description. No reports of missing gear caches. When I offered to show them the notebook, my pack felt suddenly lighter. It was gone, along with my spare glove, my water bottle, and my watch. The ranger suggested dehydration and stress. They advised me to rest, to avoid hiking alone for a while. I nodded and thanked them and left. That night, at home, I checked the news. A hiker had gone missing in the same park that afternoon. His name was listed beneath a photo taken from social media. He was wearing a jacket identical to mine. In the comments below the article, someone posted a photo taken years earlier. It showed a small clearing in the woods, fog pressed tight against the trees. In the center was a pile of gear, arranged carefully, waiting. My name is Ren Foster. I am 34 years old, a systems analyst by profession, and until the day this happened, I considered myself methodical to the point of stubbornness. I plan routes before I drive them. I print backups of documents I already store in 3 different places. When I hike, I log trail conditions, weather forecasts, and expected turnaround times, even for short solo trips. That habit, the need to document things cleanly and precisely, is the only reason I am able to tell this story, now in a way that still feels coherent to me. I signed the trail register at 7:42 a.m. The entry is still there. I checked later after everything else. Clear handwriting. Full name. Vehicle description. Planned route. Estimated return time 500 p.m. The ranger station was quiet. The kind of quiet that only exists early on a weekday, when the season hasn't quite picked up yet. There was fog in the low areas, thin enough that you could see sunlight diffuse through it. Thick enough that the trees seemed to lose their tops if you didn't look directly at them. I noted that in my phone before I lost signal. Light fog in the valley. Visibility good on the ridgeline. No wind. Temperature cool but stable. The first 2 hours were uneventful. That's important. Nothing felt wrong at first. The trail was well marked, the ground firm under my boots, my breathing steady. I remember feeling pleased with myself for choosing that particular loop. A section I hadn't hiked before, but had studied closely on the map. There's a certain satisfaction in matching what you see on paper to what appears in front of you. Like confirming the world is still following rules you understand. The fog thickened gradually as the trail descended. It wasn't dramatic. It didn't roll in or surge. It just accumulated like breath on glass. I adjusted my pace without really thinking about it. Slowed enough to stay aware of my footing, but not enough to feel cautious. My headlamp stayed off. I didn't need it yet. Around 10:15, I reached a stretch where the trail narrowed and curved along a shallow ravine. That's when I first noticed how quiet everything had become. Not silent exactly, but muted. My steps sounded closer than they should have, as if the air was compressing the noise and sending it straight back at me. I stopped once, mostly out of curiosity, and listened. Nothing else moved. I told myself that was normal. Fog does that. It swallows sound. I've read enough field guides to know that. Still, I made a note in my phone even though I knew it wouldn't upload until I was back in range. The moment that stands out most clearly came not long after, when the fog thinned just enough for me to see a figure walking ahead of me. At first, my brain supplied an easy answer. Another hiker. Someone who started earlier. The trail wasn't private, after all. I even felt a flicker of relief. There's comfort in not being the only person out there, even if you never exchange a word. The figure was maybe 30 yards ahead, partially obscured, moving at a steady pace. I could see the outline of a backpack, the rise and fall of shoulders. They were centered on the trail, not stepping off, not hesitating. I called out. Just a simple, "Hey," more to announce myself than to start a conversation. They didn't respond. That still didn't worry me. Fog distorts sound, and people hike with headphones all the time. I kept walking. It took a few minutes for the unease to settle in. And when it did, it wasn't sharp. It was subtle, the kind that sneaks up on you once your mind runs out of distractions. I realized that the figure's gait matched mine exactly. Not generally. Precisely. When I shortened my stride to step over a root, they did the same. When I shifted my pack slightly on my shoulders, they mirrored the motion. When I paused to check my watch, they slowed, though they didn't stop entirely. I tested it without breaking stride. I lifted my left arm, pretending to stretch my shoulder. They lifted their left arm. My heart rate picked up then, not in a panicked way, but in the alert, clinical way I recognize from stressful work calls. Adrenaline, clean and sharp. I told myself there were explanations. Coincidence. Perspective distortion. My brain projecting patterns where none existed. I sped up. They sped up. I slowed down until my steps were almost exaggeratedly careful. They did the same. I stopped. The figure stopped too. Standing just at the edge of visibility, their outline wavering slightly as the fog thickened again. I don't know how long we stood like that. It could have been seconds. It felt longer. I was suddenly very aware of my breathing, of the sound it made inside my chest, louder than the forest, louder than my boots had been earlier. I called out again, this time with more intent. I said, "Are you okay?" The figure didn't answer. The fog shifted, just a little, and for the first time, I saw enough detail to know something was wrong. The backpack wasn't just similar to mine. It was identical. Same model, same color, same small tear on the lower strap that I had meant to repair and never did. I felt a cold pressure behind my eyes, the physical sensation of disbelief. I took a step backward. The figure took a step backward too. That was when I noticed something else. There were no footstep sounds coming from ahead of me. I could hear my own boots clearly. The crunch and scrape of gravel and dirt. But nothing echoed back from the space where the figure stood. I reached for my phone without looking, my fingers clumsy, no signal. The screen reflected my face back at me, pale and tense. I raised it, angling the camera toward the trail ahead, thinking that if I could see this through a lens it might make more sense. The screen showed fog. Empty trail. No figure. When I lowered the phone, they were there again. I didn't run. I want to be clear about that. I know stories like this always reach the part where the narrator panics and bolts, but that wasn't me. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes forward, my movements deliberate. The figure backed away too, maintaining the same distance, the same posture. I realized then that it wasn't leading me. It was staying in front of me, no matter what I did. The trail behind me was just as foggy as the path ahead, but it felt different, like a known variable. I turned carefully, never fully taking my eyes off the space where the figure stood, and began walking back the way I came. The figure turned as well. Now it was behind me. I could feel it there without looking. The weight of something occupying the same space, matching my pace. My shoulders tightened, my jaw aching from how hard I was clenching it. I counted my steps, 1 through 10, just to anchor myself. On step 7, I glanced back. The fog thinned again, obligingly, cruelly, and I saw my own face looking back at me. It wasn't distorted. It wasn't wrong in any obvious way. Same short dark hair pulled back. Same scab on my chin from where I'd nicked myself, shaving 2 days earlier. Same expression I knew was on my own face, eyes wide but focused. Mouth set in a line that tried to be calm and failed. The thing wearing my face lifted its hand. I lifted mine without meaning to. I dropped my arm and broke eye contact, a sharp, involuntary motion that made my neck ache. I kept walking. Faster now. My breath came shorter, louder. Still, the footsteps behind me made no sound. The trail should have opened up near the ravine, widened enough that I could step off and create distance, but it didn't. The fog seemed thicker there than it had been before, clinging to the ground, to my legs. My sense of direction wavered. I checked my compass. It pointed steadily north. I was heading south. I stopped trusting it then, but I didn't throw it away. I couldn't bring myself to discard anything that felt real. I tried something else. I stepped off the trail abruptly, pushing through low brush and ferns, branches scraping my arms. I turned sharply, expecting to see my double hesitate, get tangled, do anything that proved it was bound by the same physical limits I was. It stepped off the trail too. No sound. No resistance. It moved through the brush as if it wasn't there. Yet the leaves still rustled when my own body passed through them. The difference was subtle but undeniable. That was when the fear finally tipped into something heavier. Not panic. Recognition. I was not being followed. I was being matched. I don't know how long I wandered like that. Changing direction, stopping, starting, crouching low, standing tall. Every movement echoed by the thing that wore my shape. The fog never fully cleared, but it never closed in completely either. It maintained just enough distance to let me see to understand. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to slow. My calves burned. My throat felt raw. I leaned forward, hands on my knees, sucking in damp air. The other wren leaned forward, too. That was the last clear moment I remember, before the day shifted into something harder to explain. The trail, the forest, the fog. They all seemed to hold their breath with me. And then I heard my own voice speak from somewhere ahead, calm and steady, using words I had not yet said. It told me I was going the wrong way. And it sounded certain. I stopped walking when I heard my own voice ahead of me. Not behind me this time. Not mirrored. Ahead, clearer than before, as if the fog itself had decided to carry it properly. "You're going the wrong way," it said. The tone mattered more than the words. It wasn't mocking. It wasn't urgent. It was the same calm, professional cadence I use when explaining a problem I've already solved. The voice of someone confident they understand the situation better than you do. I didn't answer. I didn't ask questions. I stood very still and waited for my breathing to slow. My hands were trembling, and I forced them into fists, digging my nails into my palms until the sensation grounded me enough to think. If this was stress, hallucination, exhaustion, then reacting emotionally would only make it worse. That was the framework I reached for, the one that had always worked before. Assess. Isolate variables. Test assumptions. Where should I go? I asked, my voice sounding thin in the fog. There was a pause. Long enough that I wondered if I'd imagined the voice at all. Then it answered, back. That word hit harder than I expected. Back where? Back to the trailhead. Back to the ravine. Back to wherever this started. I turned slowly, scanning the gray, trying to see both versions of myself at once. The one behind me stood where it always had, just far enough away to be seen, just close enough to feel present. Its face was still mine, but the expression had changed. It wasn't strained anymore. It looked rested, as if it had stopped carrying something heavy. Ahead of me, the fog shifted, and I saw the outline of another figure. My stomach dropped. I hadn't considered there might be more than one. This second figure moved closer, emerging gradually, and I realized with a kind of numb clarity that it was also me. Same height, same build, same pack. The difference was subtle but unmistakable. This version's boots were clean. The fabric of the jacket wasn't darkened with sweat. The face wasn't tight with fear. They looked like someone who had already finished a long hike and was satisfied with the outcome. "Stop," I said. Louder now, and both figures stopped. The one behind me remained silent. The one ahead tilted its head slightly, a gesture I recognized from countless conversations where I tried to understand a problem from a different angle. "You don't need to keep doing this," it said. "You're making it harder." "Doing what?" I asked. "Resisting," it replied. That word again. Calm, certain, as if the situation were already settled and my reaction was just an inconvenience. I shook my head, more for myself than for them. "I'm leaving," I said. I'm turning around and heading back to the trailhead. The version ahead of me smiled. It was small and sympathetic. The kind of smile you give someone who hasn't caught up yet. You can't, it said. Not like this. I took a step backward, toward the figure behind me, and immediately felt a hand close around my wrist. I hadn't heard it move. I hadn't felt the air shift. One moment my arm was free, the next it wasn't. The grip was firm but not painful. Fingers positioned exactly where they would be if I were holding myself back. I looked down. The hand was mine. I yanked my arm free with a sharp twist, skin scraping against skin. The contact left a cold sensation behind, not numbness, but the absence of warmth, like touching metal in winter. I stumbled back and nearly lost my footing. Both figures watched me, unbothered. "That's not necessary," the one ahead said. "We can do this cleanly." "What is this?" I demanded. "What do you want?" They exchanged a glance, the two of them, and something passed between them that I couldn't interpret. A shared understanding. A decision. "We want what you want," the one behind me said, speaking for the first time. Hearing that voice so close made my skin crawl. It sounded like me but flatter, as if the emotion had been edited out. "And what's that?" I asked. "To finish," it said. The fog thickened then, not suddenly, but deliberately, as if closing a curtain. The space between us shrank. I could feel moisture settling on my eyelashes, on my lips. The world narrowed to a few feet in every direction. I did the only thing I could think of. I dropped my pack. The sudden absence of weight threw me off balance for a moment, but I used that momentum to turn and run. Not down the trail. Not back the way I came. Sideways, straight into the trees, branches whipping my face. Roots catching my boots. Behind me there were still no footsteps. My lungs burned. My chest tightened. I forced myself to keep going. Counting breaths, counting steps, refusing to look back. I focused on the physical reality of movement, on the pain in my legs, on the sharp sting of cold air in my throat. After what felt like an eternity, I broke into a small clearing. The fog thinned there. Sunlight filtering through, just enough to illuminate the ground. And there, in the center of the clearing, was my backpack. Not the one I had just dropped. This one was clean, neatly placed. The straps laid out carefully, as if arranged for inspection. Beside it were my trekking poles, crossed precisely the way I always lean them when I stopped to rest. My water bottle stood upright, lid tightened. I knew without touching it that everything inside would be organized. Maps folded correctly. Emergency kit sealed. Phone charged. This was the version of my gear I kept in my head. The ideal. I backed away slowly, my heel catching on a stone. I almost fell. "Careful," my voice said from behind me. I spun around. They were closer now. All of them. 3 identical figures, forming a loose semicircle. Not blocking me entirely, but guiding the space I could move through. Each face showed a different expression. Concern, patience, resolve. "This isn't real," I said, though the words felt thin even as I spoke them. "It is," one of them replied. "It's just not yours anymore." Something inside me snapped then. Not sanity. Defiance. I lunged forward, straight through the narrowest gap between them, shoving hard with both hands. I felt resistance this time. Solid. Real. I broke through, stumbled, kept running. The forest changed subtly after that. Not in layout, but in feeling. The trees seemed closer together. The ground sloped in ways I couldn't predict. My compass spun uselessly now, the needle twitching and circling without settling. I screamed at some point. I don't remember what I said. It didn't matter. The sound was swallowed immediately, like everything else. Eventually, exhaustion caught me. I collapsed against a tree, sliding down until I was sitting in the dirt, arms wrapped around my knees. Tears came then, hot and sudden, more from frustration than fear. I won't do it, I said aloud. I won't. There was no immediate answer. When I looked up, only one of them stood in front of me now. The calm one. The finished one. You already did, it said gently. I shook my head. I'm still here. It crouched down in front of me, meeting my gaze at eye level. Up close, I could see tiny differences. A faint scar on the knuckle that I didn't have. Lines at the corners of the eyes that came from smiling more often than I ever had. You're the part that didn't quite fit, it said. That hesitated. That questioned. We can't bring you back like that. Bring me back where? I whispered. It reached out and placed a hand over my chest. I felt my heartbeat beneath its palm, fast and uneven. Out, it said. The pressure increased, not crushing, but firm. And suddenly I couldn't feel the ground beneath me anymore. The fog surged, filling my vision completely. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Then, just as abruptly, the sensation stopped. I was standing on the trail, alone. The fog was lighter now, lifting steadily as the sun climbed higher. Birds chirped somewhere above me. My pack was on my shoulders. My compass pointed south. I checked my watch. 40:38 p.m. I don't remember walking back to the trailhead, but I did. The register shows my return time logged at 4:59. My handwriting steady, unremarkable. The ranger on duty nodded at me, asked if I'd had a good hike. I said yes. That night, at home, I unpacked my gear. Everything was clean. Too clean, my boots had no mud on them. My jacket smelled like fresh air, not sweat. There was one thing I didn't recognize. At the bottom of my pack, beneath my emergency kit, was a folded piece of paper. My handwriting, it read. Next time, don't fight it. I haven't gone hiking since. But sometimes, when I walk alone at night and catch my reflection in dark glass, I notice the smallest delay in how it moves. Just enough to make me wonder which of us actually came back. My name is Cole Ramirez. I am writing this as carefully and plainly as I can, because I know how it sounds. I have replayed the day enough times to understand where people will stop believing me, where the details tip from unlikely into impossible. All I can do is describe exactly what happened, in the order it happened, without embellishment. I entered the park alone that morning. I signed my name in the trail register. I followed the posted route. I did not drink. I did not take any substances. I was not sleep-deprived, injured, or lost when the fog first appeared. I had planned the hike for weeks. It was meant to be simple, almost boring. A familiar national forest trail I had walked twice before, a loop that should have taken 5 hours at a relaxed pace. I work in logistics. I like structure. I like knowing where things start and where they end. That was the appeal of the trail. One entry point, one exit, no real decisions to make. At the trailhead, the weather was cool and still. The sky was pale but clear, the kind of washed-out blue that usually burns off by mid-morning. The ranger station was closed. A single truck sat in the gravel lot, dusted with pollen. I noted the time on my watch out of habit and wrote my name in the register, pressing hard enough that it left an imprint on the page below. Cole Ramirez, solo hiker, Expected return 15:30. The first hour passed without incident. The trail was dry. Birds moved through the trees in short bursts of sound and silence. I took photos of a fallen log, a strange knot in a pine, nothing I intended to keep. Around late morning, I noticed the light begin to dull, as if a thin layer of gauze had been pulled across the sun. The air cooled. The smell of damp soil grew sharper. Fog in that area isn't unusual, but it usually settles low, hugging creeks and shaded hollows. This fog rose evenly, filling space instead of sinking into it. It did not roll in from any particular direction. It simply appeared, thinning the trees one by one until depth became hard to judge. I slowed down, not because I felt afraid, but because visibility demanded it. Within minutes, the world had compressed to a narrow tunnel of gray and green. The trail under my boots remained visible, but everything beyond 20 feet dissolved into pale nothing. Sound changed. Footsteps felt louder, closer, as if they were happening inside my chest instead of beneath me. When I stopped walking, the quiet pressed in hard enough to feel physical. I checked my GPS. Signal was weak but present. The map showed me exactly where I expected to be. I kept moving. The first thing that unsettled me was how long the fog seemed to last. I walked for what should have been another hour, then 2. My watch ticked forward normally. My legs ached in the predictable way of steady exertion. But the environment did not change. No switchbacks. No creek crossing I recognized. No rise where the trees usually thinned. I told myself that fog plays tricks on perception. That it flattens terrain and makes familiar landmarks vanish. I repeated that explanation until it felt thin, until the trail itself began to feel copied and pasted. Same curve, same spacing of trees, same shallow dip and climb, again and again. I stopped and marked a tree with a strip of orange tape from my pack. Then I walked forward until the anxiety eased a notch. 20 minutes later, I saw the same strip of tape ahead of me, tied at eye level, exactly as I had left it. I did not panic. Not yet. I stood there and tried to reason through it. Trails loop. People walk in circles without realizing it. The fog had erased my sense of direction. That was all. I checked my compass. It worked. The needle settled. I adjusted my heading slightly and continued. The second time I saw the tape, I cut it down and stuffed it back into my pocket. My radio crackled once, sharp enough to make me jump. I had brought it more out of habit than necessity. There was no voice, just a burst of static that cut off too quickly to trace. I tried to raise the ranger station. No response. I told myself that fog interferes with signals. That there were logical explanations stacked on logical explanations, each one thin but passable. The trail began to slope downward. Relief washed through me. I recognized the grade. This was the final descent toward the exit. My pace picked up despite myself. The fog thinned just enough for shapes to reassert themselves. Tree trunks gaining edges. The ground sharpening into something solid instead of implied. That was when I saw the sign. It stood just beyond the thinning fog. Its wooden posts dark with age. The trailhead sign. The same style as the one I had passed hours earlier. Same emblem burned into the corner. Same weathered planks. For a split second, I felt an almost laughable surge of triumph. I had done it. I had simply walked the loop backward, or approached from an angle I didn't recognize. Then I read it. The lettering was faded but legible. Trail name, distance, elevation, and below that, carved into the wood in uneven, deliberate strokes, a name. My name, Cole Ramirez. The letters were not fresh. The grooves were softened by years of weather. Lichen had crept into the deeper cuts. Beneath the name was a date, barely visible but still there. 10 years earlier, according to the numbers etched beside it. I stepped closer without realizing I had moved. My hand hovered inches from the wood. The carving style was wrong. I could see that immediately. The R in Ramirez curved back on itself in a way I never do. The spacing was uneven. Whoever carved it had hesitated, lifted the blade, started again. This is where people think I'm lying, or confused, or exaggerating. But the fear didn't hit me all at once. It arrived slowly, like cold seeping through fabric. I checked my watch again, even though I knew what it would say. Early afternoon. Same day, same year. Behind the sign, the fog ended abruptly. It was not gradual. It did not thin into clear air. It stopped as pressed against an invisible wall. Beyond it, I could see the parking lot, the gravel, the closed ranger station. The same truck unchanged. I took one step forward. The fog did not move. It did not swirl or part. It stayed exactly where it was, brushing my shoulders, my back, like a boundary I was not meant to cross from that side. The air beyond looked warmer, brighter, real in a way the trail had not felt for hours. I heard something then. Not a voice. Not footsteps. The sound of wood being scraped, slowly, rhythmically, like someone carving. It came from inside the fog. I did not turn around. I backed away instead, keeping my eyes on the sign, on the familiar shapes that anchored me to something sane. The scraping sound stopped the moment I moved. Silence rushed in to fill the space it left. I stood there for a long time, breathing carefully, thinking through options that all felt wrong. If I crossed the boundary, would I leave something behind? If I stayed, would the fog close again? The rational part of my brain insisted that exhaustion and stress were distorting my perceptions. That if I just stepped forward, everything would reset into normalcy. I stepped back into the fog. The world swallowed me instantly. The sign vanished. The parking lot disappeared. The light dimmed to that same uniform gray. Behind me, the boundary sealed without resistance, as if it had never opened at all. My radio crackled again. This time a voice came through. It said my name, carefully. The way someone does when they want to make sure they have your attention. And it sounded like me. The voice on the radio did not repeat itself. Static crept back in, low and uneven, like breathing through fabric. I held the radio closer to my ear, even though every instinct told me not to. My name still echoed in my head, spoken in my cadence, with the same slight hesitation before the last name that I have always had. I tried to answer and found that my throat had dry enough to make my first words useless noise. I cleared it and said, "This is Cole Ramirez. I'm on the South Loop Trail. I need assistance." The radio stayed silent long enough for hope to begin forming, thin and fragile. Then the static shifted again, and the voice came back quieter this time. "I know where you are." I did not respond. I stood still, counting my breaths, listening for any change in the fog around me. Nothing moved. The forest remained suspended, soundless, as if the world itself were waiting to see what I would do next. "I already walked this part." The voice continued. "You don't want to take the left fork." "There is no left fork," I said before I could stop myself. A pause followed. Not the quick gap of radio interference, but a deliberate silence long enough to feel intentional. "There will be," the voice replied. I shut the radio off. I regret that decision now, but at the time it felt like the only way to regain control. The fog did not react. It did not surge or close in. It simply existed unchanged, as if my fear were irrelevant to it. I started walking again, choosing a steady pace I knew I could maintain for hours if necessary. The trail ahead looked ordinary, but the longer I followed it, the more small discrepancies appeared. Rocks I remembered stepping around before now lay slightly out of place. A fallen branch that should have been brittle snapped cleanly under my boot. Fresh wood exposed beneath the bark. These were not dramatic changes. They were subtle enough that I could almost convince myself they were memory errors. Almost. After what felt like another hour, I saw movement ahead. A human shape, no more than 30 feet away, walking in the same direction I was. Relief hit me hard enough to make my chest ache. I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the muffled air. The figure stopped. I slowed, heart pounding, trying to get a better look. The fog thinned just enough for details to resolve. Backpack, jacket, boots identical to mine, down to the scuffed toe and frayed lace. A figure turned slowly, as if reluctant to rush the moment. It was me. Not a reflection. Not a trick of perspective. A second Cole Ramirez stood on the trail, facing me with my face, my posture, my expression of careful, growing dread. The resemblance was exact in a way that went beyond appearance. Even the small scar on my chin from a childhood accident was there. We stared at each other in silence. He spoke first. "You're too early." The sound of my own voice coming from another mouth was worse than I expected. It flattened my thoughts, stripped them down to instinct and fear. "What is this?" I asked. He glanced past me, deeper into the fog. "You shouldn't have come back to the sign." "I didn't carve my name into it," I said. "I know," he replied. "I did. I felt something inside me pull tight, like a rope being drawn through my chest." "When?" He hesitated. "Just as I do when I'm trying to calculate a timeline." "It takes a while," he said. "Longer than you think. Shorter than it feels." I took a step back. He did not follow. The fog between us seemed thicker, heavier, as if it had weight now. "What happens if I leave?" I asked. He smiled faintly. It was not comforting. "You already tried that." Images flickered through my mind that did not feel like memories, but carried the same emotional weight. Standing at the edge of the fog, touching the sign, carving letters with shaking hands while the forest watched. Waiting. Walking the same stretch of trail over and over, losing count of days that never changed. I said. "That hasn't happened." "It will," he said gently. "If you don't listen." "Listen to what?" "To yourself." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the strip of orange tape I had cut down hours earlier. He let it fall to the ground between us. I stared at it, at the dirt smudges I recognized, the frayed edge where I had torn it. The fog shifted then, not dramatically, but enough to remind me that it was not static. It flowed around us, responding to proximity, to presence. My other self stepped back, increasing the distance. "You can still turn around," he said. "But you have to do it before you hear the scraping again." My radio crackled to life in my hand without me touching it. I heard the sound immediately. Wood against metal. Slow. Careful. Somewhere nearby, something was carving. I ran. I did not choose a direction. I simply moved, lungs burning, boots slipping on damp soil. The trail blurred, bent, branched in ways I did not try to understand. The scraping sound followed, sometimes close enough to feel behind my eyes, sometimes distant, echoing through the fog like a reminder. Eventually, the ground leveled out, and I stumbled into the familiar shape of the trailhead clearing. The fog thinned abruptly, just as it had before. The sign stood at the edge, unchanged, waiting. I forced myself to approach it. The carving was there. My name, the old date. But below it, beneath the weathered grooves, a new set of letters had been added. Fresh. Still pale against the darker wood. Today's date. My hands shook as I reached into my pack. I did not remember taking out my knife, but it was suddenly in my grip. Blade nicked and worn in ways I recognized. I understood then, with a clarity that felt like grief, that the fog was not trapping people at random. It was closing a loop, letting each person meet the version of themselves that stayed too long. I dropped the knife. "I'm leaving," I said aloud. "To the forest, to the fog, to whatever mechanism enforced this place's rules." The fog did not resist as I stepped through the boundary this time. It peeled away from me, cool and damp, releasing its hold without ceremony. The parking lot was exactly as I had left it. The truck, the closed station. The sky brighter now, afternoon sun slanting through thinning clouds. I did not look back. I drove straight to the nearest town and reported myself as having exited late, disoriented but unharmed. Rangers searched the trail. They found nothing unusual. No second sign. No carvings beyond the old graffiti they had already documented. They asked me why I was shaking. I did not tell them. Weeks later I returned, against my better judgment, to confirm that the sign was still clean. That my name was not there. It wasn't. The wood showed only the shallow scars of years of anonymous marks, nothing distinct enough to recognize. But sometimes, late at night, I hear that scraping sound in my dreams. And when I wake up, my hands ache as if I've been gripping a knife for a very long time, waiting for the right moment to carve my way back into a place that already knows my name. My name is Daniel Frost. I am a professional landscape and astrophotography freelancer, registered, insured, and meticulous to a fault. I say that up front because what happened to me cannot be dismissed as a lapse in judgment, a hallucination, or some romanticized wilderness exaggeration. I keep logs. I timestamp everything. I plan redundancies. The night I am about to describe unfolded within a single, continuous span of hours, and every decision I made followed standard outdoor safety practices. I did everything correctly, and that is what unsettles me the most. I arrived at the Alpine Basin shortly after noon, hiking above the tree line with a 70-liter pack that held my tent, cold, weather sleep system, camera bodies, tripods, intervalometers, spare batteries, and a printed star chart laminated against moisture. The location had been scouted months earlier using satellite imagery and light pollution maps. No roads within 20 miles. No radio towers. No settlements. Just clean air and a near-perfect horizon. Above the tree line, the world simplifies. No tall trees, no undergrowth. Only rock, scrub, and wind. Sound travels differently there. I remember noting that detail as I walked, how my footsteps seemed to vanish instead of echo. The weather was ideal. High pressure. Clear skies forecast through the night. The kind of conditions photographers wait years for. I pitched my tent on a shallow rise of stone and compacted soil, oriented so the opening faced away from the prevailing wind. From that spot, the sky felt enormous even in daylight. I set up my main camera before sunset, aligning it carefully, leveling the tripod with obsessive care. I took test shots, checked focus, dialed in exposure. Everything behaved exactly as expected. At dusk, temperatures dropped fast. I layered up, brewed a simple meal, and reviewed my plan. From 9:40 p.m. to around 2000 a.m., the Milky Way core would arc cleanly across the southern sky. I intended to capture a time-lapse sequence with overlapping fields to stitch later. Routine work. Solitary but familiar. Night came without drama. No clouds, no wind beyond a steady whisper. The stars emerged one by one, sharp and cold, as if etched into glass. When full darkness settled, the sky was almost painfully detailed. I remember smiling inside my hood, that quiet satisfaction of being exactly where I was supposed to be. The first hour passed uneventfully. The cameras clicked at regular intervals, a soft mechanical heartbeat. I checked histograms, adjusted ISO slightly, then stepped back and let the equipment work. I stood there, hands tucked into my sleeves, scanning the sky as photographers do, not really looking at anything in particular, just absorbing. That was when I noticed the first absence. It was subtle enough that I initially thought I'd imagined it. A small cluster of stars near the eastern edge of my field seemed dimmer than moments before. Not gone, just muted. I assumed thin, high-altitude cloud, though none had been forecast and none were visible elsewhere. I waited, watching for motion, for diffusion, for any sign of vapor. Instead, the dimming deepened. The stars did not blur or fade evenly. They vanished in a clean, deliberate line, as if something were passing in front of them. Not across my entire view, just a narrow vertical segment, moving slowly, steadily, from east to west. I checked my watch. I checked my charts. No satellites tracked through that region at that time. No known debris field. And this was wrong for another reason, one my brain resisted naming at first. Whatever was blocking the stars had no edge I could see. There was no silhouette, no outline, just the absence itself advancing across the sky. As it moved, constellations seemed to lose pieces of themselves. One star disappeared, then another until familiar patterns broke apart. Orion's shoulder dimmed. A belt star winked out. Each reappeared several seconds later, exactly as before, unchanged. I felt my posture stiffen. I remember the cold pressing harder against my skin, though the temperature had not changed. I lifted my binoculars, hands suddenly less steady, and tracked the movement. Through magnification, it was worse. The stars behind the area did not simply vanish. They distorted slightly at the boundary, bending inward, like light grazing the edge of something massive and close. Not a shadow. Occlusion. Physical blockage. I lowered the binoculars and forced myself to breathe slowly. My first rational explanation was altitude illusion. Some rare atmospheric phenomenon. My second was fatigue. My third was equipment artifact, though I was looking with my eyes, not through glass. The cameras kept clicking. Then the dark region widened. It expanded not outward, but downward, as if descending through layers of the sky. It passed between constellations, with a kind of careless precision, interrupting one pattern, then another, never accelerating, never pausing. The movement suggested intention without haste, like something large navigating a familiar environment. I became acutely aware of how exposed my position was. Above the tree line, there is nowhere to hide. The horizon feels closer at night, like a bowl turned upside down over your head. I remember glancing around, absurdly, as if whatever was between the stars might also be elsewhere. I checked my cameras again. The time lapse was still running. The lenses pointed upward, unblinking. Part of me felt a detached relief that whatever this was, it was being recorded. Another part of me felt a sharp, instinctive urge to shut everything down and retreat into the tent, to make myself small and unobservable. Instead, I stayed. The dark shape continued its path, now blocking entire stretches of the Milky Way. The effect was unmistakable. Stars vanished behind it in layers, depth upon depth, as though the thing had thickness. I could not estimate its size. Any attempt collapsed under the scale of the sky itself. All I knew was that it was vast enough to blot out constellations and close enough to do so, without softening their light. I tried to tell myself it was impossible. I tried to narrate it internally in technical terms, to reduce it to angles and optics. But my body did not listen. My heart rate climbed. My mouth went dry. A pressure built behind my eyes. The same sensation I've felt standing too close to heavy machinery, when instinct warns you before reason catches up. At 11:17 p.m., the movement stopped. The dark region settled, hovering over a dense star field just south of zenith. It did not wobble or drift. It simply remained suspended. Stars around it burned fiercely, almost mockingly bright by contrast. I realized then that the night had gone unnaturally quiet. Even the wind had stilled. I stood frozen, afraid that if I moved, something would notice. I don't know how long I remained like that. Seconds stretched thin. My thoughts slowed, narrowed to basic awareness. Cold. Breath. Sky. Then, without warning, the stars behind the darkness began to reappear. Not all at once, one by one, as if something were lifting away. Not sideways, but upward, retreating along a vertical plane I could not fully perceive. The constellations reassembled themselves, imperfect at first, then whole again. The Milky Way flowed back into place, seamless, indifferent. Within moments, the sky looked exactly as it had earlier that night. No cloud, no trace, no explanation. The cameras continued clicking, oblivious. I realized then that my legs were shaking. I forced myself to sit, to ground my weight against the cold stone. I told myself I would review the footage in the morning, that everything had a cause. That fear thrives in uncertainty. I did not yet understand that the night was far from over, or that whatever had moved between the stars had not finished with me. I stayed seated longer than I should have, watching the sky as if it might betray itself again at any second. Nothing happened. The stars remained fixed, brutally ordinary in their beauty. That normalcy felt wrong, like a lie that had settled too quickly. I checked my watch and forced myself to stand, legs stiff, joints protesting from the cold and the adrenaline drain. The rational part of my mind finally reasserted itself, brittle but insistent. Review the data. Confirm whether the cameras captured anything anomalous. If there was nothing on the footage, then whatever I saw could be attributed to human perception under extreme contrast conditions. That explanation didn't comfort me, but it gave me something to do. I walked to the main tripod and gently disengaged the intervalometer, careful not to jostle the camera. The LCD screen glowed faintly, an island of technology in a vast dark. I scrolled back through the frames, watching the time-lapse play in accelerated motion. Stars wheeled smoothly, just as expected. Then, about midway through the sequence, the motion stuttered. Not mechanically, but visually. The Milky Way dimmed. Frame by frame, a swath of darkness passed through the image. It was unmistakable. Clean edges. No blur. No atmospheric haze. The stars behind it vanished and returned with surgical precision. My chest tightened. This wasn't in my head. The camera had seen it too. I checked the metadata obsessively. Exposure unchanged. No dropped frames. No lens obstruction. No frost buildup. I even wiped the front element with my glove and checked again, though I knew it was pointless. The dark region in the sky moved independently of the camera, unaffected by focus or aperture. It obeyed no rule I recognized. I powered down the camera and capped the lens, suddenly uneasy about leaving it pointed upward. That thought embarrassed me even as it formed, but I obeyed it anyway. I shut down the secondary camera as well, breaking the silence with the soft click of switches. The absence of the intervalometer's steady rhythm made the night feel closer, heavier. I told myself I would pack up early. There was no obligation to stay until dawn. I had already captured more than enough data. That was true. And yet, when I turned toward the tent, I hesitated. Something felt incomplete. I scanned the horizon again, slower this time, more deliberate. The stars were still brilliant, but my perception of them had changed. They no longer felt distant. The sky seemed closer than before, like a ceiling that had lowered imperceptibly. I caught myself holding my breath and forced an exhale. That was when I noticed the second anomaly. It wasn't visual at first. It was spatial. A sense of imbalance, as though the sky above me was no longer symmetrical. I couldn't explain it, only feel it, a subtle pressure, pulling my attention toward a specific point overhead. My neck craned upward despite my reluctance. Directly above my campsite, near zenith, a faint distortion had appeared. It wasn't darkness this time. It was a thinning. The stars in that region seemed stretched, slightly elongated, like reflections seen through moving water. I rubbed my eyes hard and looked again. The effect persisted. It was localized, no wider than my outstretched hand against the sky, but unmistakable once noticed. I felt a prickle of panic crawl up my spine. This distortion pulsed once, gently, then steadied. I raised my binoculars again, hands trembling openly now. Through the lenses, the stars in that patch warped subtly, their light bending inward toward a center that had no visible boundary. The effect reminded me of gravitational lensing diagrams I'd studied in textbooks, except this was wrong. Too close. Too localized. Too present. The pressure sensation intensified, not physical exactly, but perceptual, as if something were aligning itself with me. I became acutely aware of my own position beneath that point, standing alone on exposed rock, a single warm body in a cold, empty basin. I lowered the binoculars slowly. The distortion began to descend. It moved straight down, not drifting, not swaying, as if following an invisible vertical track. As it did, stars above it snapped back into normal alignment, while those below began to stretch and warp. The motion was smooth, controlled, terrifyingly precise. I took an involuntary step backward and nearly stumbled over a guy line. My heart hammered hard enough that I worried it might be audible. I backed toward the tent, never taking my eyes off the descending anomaly. It felt like prey behavior, and that realization sent a surge of nausea through me. At roughly 30 degrees above the horizon, the distortion stopped again. The air around me felt wrong. Thicker. Soundless. Even my own movement seemed muted, as though the space itself were absorbing vibration. I realized then that I could no longer feel the wind on my face. The temperature hadn't risen, but the cold felt distant, like a remembered sensation rather than an active one. I reached for my phone, intending to document the sky, but the screen remained black when I pressed the power button. I tried again. Nothing. I checked the battery indicator reflexively, even though I couldn't see it. The phone was dead, so was my satellite communicator. Both had been fully charged. A wave of helplessness washed over me, sharp and disorienting. The distortion continued its descent, now approaching the horizon line opposite my tent. As it neared the mountain's silhouette, something else became apparent. The stars behind it weren't just bending anymore. They were dimming, their light thinning, as if being drained before reaching my eyes. I had the overwhelming sense that whatever this was, it was not simply passing through. It was interacting, measuring, adjusting. The thought that followed was quiet and absolute. It knows I'm here. The distortion reached the horizon and did something I hadn't expected. Instead of disappearing, it flattened, spreading laterally along the skyline, tracing the contours of the mountains with unsettling accuracy. Peaks and ridges vanished behind it, not as silhouettes, but as absences, as though pieces of the world were being temporarily erased. My legs gave out. I collapsed to my knees, breath coming in shallow, controlled bursts. I pressed my gloved hands into the stone, grounding myself in the physical reality of the mountain beneath me. Rock. Cold. Real. The sky did not care. The lateral movement accelerated, sweeping across the horizon until the distortion formed a low arc, enclosing the basin from end to end. Above it, the stars burned on, indifferent. Below it, the world felt diminished, contained. I understood then that leaving was no longer a simple matter of packing up. Whatever had moved between the constellations earlier was not finished. It had come down, and I was directly in its path. I don't know how long I stayed on my knees. Time had lost its shape, stretched thin by fear and the strange compression of the night. Eventually, instinct forced me to move. Exposure kills faster than curiosity, and above the tree line there is no margin for indecision. I crawled the short distance to my tent, hands clumsy, breath loud inside my hood, and fumbled with the zipper until it finally gave. Inside, the nylon walls felt absurdly fragile, a thin membrane between me and a sky that no longer behaved like a sky. I forced myself to sit upright, back pressed against my pack, and began going through survival motions on autopilot. Zip the door, check the vents, pull the sleeping bag around my legs. Each action anchored me for a second or two before my attention snapped back upward, to the unseen weight pressing down on the basin. Through the tent fabric, the light had changed. Starlight usually filters through nylon evenly, a soft, diffuse glow. Now it came in uneven bands, as if something were moving just beyond the material, interrupting the light in slow, deliberate passes. I held my breath, listening. No footsteps, no scraping, just an immense, muffled quiet that made my ears ring. I told myself not to look. That whatever explanation still existed for this situation depended on restraint. That panic would only degrade my judgment further. Those thoughts unraveled the moment the light outside dimmed again. A broad shadow passed over the tent, not touching it, not brushing against it, simply existing above it. The fabric darkened uniformly, like a cloud crossing the moon, except there was no moon. I pressed my gloved hand against the nylon, feeling for pressure, for vibration, for any sign of physical contact. There was nothing. The shadow lingered. Then it moved on. I realized then that the sensation I'd interpreted as pressure earlier wasn't coming from above. It was coming from everywhere. A subtle compression of space itself, as if the volume of the basin had been reduced without changing its dimensions. Breathing felt slightly delayed, like the air reached my lungs a fraction of a second after I inhaled. My watch buzzed against my wrist. The sound was so unexpected I nearly shouted. I stared at the display, heart pounding. The compass function was spinning wildly, unable to settle on any heading. The altimeter, which had been stable all day, now read negative numbers. I scrolled further. The barometer showed a sudden, impossible drop, then froze. The watch died. The shadow returned, slower this time. I could sense it without seeing it, the way you can feel someone standing close, behind you with your eyes closed. The light outside the tent dimmed again, deeper than before, until the interior was nearly black. I could no longer make out the seams of the fabric. Something shifted above me. Not a sound, a displacement. As if a vast mass had adjusted its position, redistributing itself over the basin. My ears popped painfully. I swallowed hard, jaw aching as pressure equalized, then dropped again. The sensation was rhythmic now, a slow oscillation, like breathing. I understood then that this thing was not moving through the sky. It was settling. The realization hollowed me out. Whatever had passed between the constellations earlier hadn't been traveling. It had been arriving. Aligning itself. The sky had not been its environment. It had been its approach vector. The tent fabric brightened suddenly, flooded with starlight as the shadow lifted. I seized the moment, unzipped the door just enough to look out. The basin was unchanged in every mundane way. The mountains ringed the campsite. The rocks lay scattered exactly where they had been. But the sky, the stars were wrong. They were still there, but their arrangement felt subtly altered. Distances between familiar points seemed stretched or compressed, like a map redrawn by someone working from memory. The Milky Way arced overhead, but its core appeared closer, thicker, as if layered. I had the dizzying impression that depth had been added where none existed before. Then, directly above the center of the basin, the stars went out, not in a sweeping motion, not gradually. They extinguished all at once, forming a vast, starless dome that blotted out a perfect circle of sky. The boundary was sharp, almost geometric. Within it, there was nothing. No darkness. No texture. Just absence. I knew with a certainty that bypassed fear entirely that I was standing beneath it. The air grew painfully cold. My breath fogged instantly, crystallizing as it left my mouth. The rocks around the campsite began to creak and pop as temperatures plummeted. I staggered backward, nearly tripping over my pack, eyes locked on the void overhead. A low-frequency vibration began then, more felt than heard. It resonated through my chest, my teeth, the soles of my boots. The tent shuddered behind me, guy lines humming faintly. The ground itself seemed to respond, as if the mountain were an instrument, being played by something unimaginably large. I dropped to the ground again, this time flat on my back, staring straight up. The void expanded. Its edge crept outward, swallowing stars with silent efficiency. Constellations vanished mid-pattern, their shapes erased before my mind could protest. The sense of scale broke completely. I could no longer reconcile what I was seeing with any understanding of distance or size. And then it stopped. The expansion halted with brutal finality, the void now spanning nearly half the sky. The vibration ceased. The cold stabilized. Everything held, suspended in a moment so absolute it felt artificial. A thought surfaced then, unbidden and chillingly calm. This is the point of closest approach. The void began to recede. Stars reappeared at the edge, not flickering back into place, but emerging as if revealed by a retreating curtain. The boundary shrank steadily, the dome collapsing inward. With each returning star, the air warmed incrementally. sensation flowing back into my fingers and face. When the last star reappeared, the sky snapped back into its familiar configuration, perfect and uncaring. The Milky Way resumed its proper arc. The vibration faded into nothing. The basin exhaled. I lay there for a long time, sobbing quietly into my sleeve, body racked with delayed shock. When I finally sat up, dawn was already staining the eastern horizon with faint color. The night had passed. In the morning light, everything looked normal. Too normal. No scorched ground. No disturbed rock. No evidence of the vast presence that had enclosed me hours earlier. My equipment, however, told a different story. Every camera battery was dead. Every memory card corrupted beyond recovery. Files existed, but they were filled with noise and impossible data. Gaps, timestamps looping back on themselves. I packed in silence and left as soon as I could walk steadily. I haven't camped above the tree line since. I still photograph the night sky, but only from places where the horizon is broken, where trees interrupt the view, where the sky feels distant again. Because once, for a single night, something came down from between the constellations and learned exactly where I was. My name is Marcus Bell. I am 34 years old, a former civil engineering technician. And on the morning this happened, I signed a volunteer waiver with the National Park Service that stated, in clean black text, that trail maintenance carried inherent risks. I read every line carefully before I wrote my name. Falling rocks, wildlife encounters, weather exposure, equipment injuries, getting lost. Nothing on that page suggested what actually waited for me in the work zone. And nothing warned me that the danger would not come from teeth or claws, but from restraint. I volunteered because I wanted something uncomplicated. 2 weeks away from a desk. A reason to sleep without checking my phone. The assignment was routine seasonal work, clearing debris, repairing erosion, resetting trail markers along an older spur trail that had been closed to visitors after a storm the previous year. The ranger who briefed me, a woman named Claire, spoke with the practiced calm of someone who had repeated the same instructions dozens of times. Stay within the marked section. Check in by radio at the top of every hour. If you hear wildlife, make noise and retreat slowly. If weather turns, head back immediately. She handed me a handheld radio, a paper map with my work zone circled in red, and a laminated badge that read VU and TER in block letters. The trailhead was quiet when I stepped past the gate. Early summer light filtered through pine branches, and the air smelled like damp soil and crushed needles. I remember thinking how controlled everything felt. Even the forest seemed organized, lined by switchbacks and signs. The work zone began less than a mile in, where orange tape marked fallen trees and washed out sections. I set down my pack, took out my tools, and called in my first check-in. Clear signal. Claire acknowledged me. Everything was functioning exactly as it should. The first hours passed in a rhythm that felt almost meditative. Cut, clear, drag. Reset a marker. Log progress in my notebook. The forest made its usual sounds: distant birds, the creak of branches, wind passing through leaves like slow breath. Once, I heard something heavier moving off the trail, but it retreated as soon as I tapped my shovel against a rock. A deer, probably. I did not see it, and that did not bother me. Predators announce themselves with absence, not sound, or so I had been told. I felt safe because nothing felt wrong. It was near midday when I noticed the boundary had changed. The red tape that marked the edge of my assigned section, seemed closer than before. Not by much, just enough that I had to step around it, instead of working beside it. I assumed I had misremembered its placement. Trails are flexible things. I kept working. When I finished clearing a cluster of fallen branches, I looked up and realized I could no longer see the previous marker behind me. The trail still extended in both directions, but the cleared portion felt narrower, like the walls had leaned in while I was focused on the ground. I called in my hourly check-in. The radio crackled, then responded. Claire's voice sounded normal. I mentioned the boundary tape. She paused just long enough for me to notice, then said erosion markers sometimes shifted. Stay inside the visible zone. Keep working. I did exactly that. The sense of enclosure increased gradually, which is why I did not react at first. The forest did not rush me. It did not chase. The light dimmed in subtle increments as clouds moved overhead, but when I looked up, the sky was still bright. The problem was not darkness. It was distance. Each time I stepped toward what should have been the edge of my zone, the trail seemed to extend just enough to keep me inside. The tape was always there, always ahead, always behind, like a suggestion rather than a boundary. I tested it once, deliberately. I walked toward the downhill side where the map showed the trail reconnecting with a main loop. I walked until my calves burned and my breathing changed, and when I stopped I was still inside the red, circled area. The terrain matched the map. The landmarks were correct. The distance was wrong. That was when I heard it clearly for the first time. Not a growl, not footsteps. A weight. Pressure in the air, like something standing just beyond the trees, adjusting itself when I turned my head. I felt watched without seeing anything. Every instinct told me to retreat, but retreat where? I tried to locate the sound by moving slowly, deliberately, but it did not track like an animal. It responded to intention, not motion. When I thought about leaving, the pressure increased. When I focused on work, it receded. I stopped moving altogether. My radio crackled again. Claire checking in early. Her voice was steady, but she asked me to confirm my location twice. I described my surroundings in detail. Fallen spruce on the east side. Creek bed 30 meters downslope. She said that matched her map. I told her I had walked for over 20 minutes without reaching the boundary. She told me to conserve energy and wait. Search and rescue could be dispatched if necessary. Something shifted then. Close enough that the hairs on my arms lifted. I realized the predator had never intended to attack. It had positioned itself like a living fence, maintaining distance with precision. It allowed me to work. It allowed me to move. It only reacted when my movement aligned with escape. The forest itself felt neutral, indifferent, but this presence was focused. Patient. Intelligent enough to understand borders. I sat on a fallen log and forced myself to breathe slowly. Panic would waste time. I documented everything in my notebook, including timestamps and distances, because that is what you do when reality starts to feel unreliable. I noted that my GPS showed inconsistent readings, drifting within a tight radius no matter how far I walked. I noted that sound carried oddly, dampened in some directions and amplified in others. I noted that hunger and thirst felt muted, as if my body was being encouraged to stay. By late afternoon, the pressure had grown heavier. I could feel it even when I closed my eyes, a silent awareness that filled the gaps between thoughts. When I stood, it stood. When I sat, it adjusted. It did not rush me. It did not need to. My final check, in came as the light began to tilt toward evening. Claire told me they were having difficulty triangulating my signal. She told me to activate my locator beacon and remain visible. I asked her what she meant by visible. She did not answer immediately. That was when I understood the work zone was not just a place. It was a condition. The locator beacon pulsed once when I activated it, a small green light blinking with mechanical confidence. I clipped it to my pack strap where it could face the open trail and sat back down on the log. The pressure in the air adjusted immediately, like a weight shifting on a mattress. It was close enough now that I could feel changes in temperature when it moved. Subtle drafts against my neck that did not match the wind. I reminded myself that predators rely on fear to provoke mistakes. I told myself that if it wanted me dead, I would already be bleeding. Minutes stretched without clear edges. I forced myself to drink water, even though I did not feel thirsty. I ate half an energy bar and tasted nothing. The forest noises continued as if nothing was wrong, which made everything worse. Birds did not alarm. Insects did not scatter. Whatever held me here was either invisible to them or accepted as part of the landscape. The radio crackled again. Claire's voice came through faintly, distorted at the edges. She asked me to describe my surroundings one more time, slowly, as if she were trying to anchor me with familiar details. I complied. I spoke carefully, using the same technical language I had used in engineering reports, hoping that precision would create structure. She asked me to walk toward the creek and keep the radio open. I took 3 steps downslope before the pressure surged, so sudden it made my knees buckle. It was not pain. It was resistance, like moving against deep water. I stopped. The pressure eased. I told her what happened. There was silence on the line, long enough that I wondered if the signal had dropped. Then she told me to return to my last stable position and sit tight. Her voice had changed. Not fear exactly, but caution stripped of reassurance. I asked her if this had happened before. She did not answer that question. I spent the next hour testing boundaries in small, controlled ways. 1 step toward the trailhead, pause. 1 step back, relief. 2 steps sideways, nothing. It responded only to vectors that led out of the work zone, as if the space itself were mapped. I tried throwing a rock beyond the tape. It landed without incident. The forest accepted it. I followed, and the pressure slammed down so hard I dropped to 1 knee. Breath knocked from my lungs. That was when I heard movement close enough to place. It circled without circling, maintaining a consistent distance no matter how I turned. Leaves compressed. Soil shifted. I caught glimpses of displacement. Branches bending without contact. Shadows folding where no body passed. It was large. That much was clear from the way the ground reacted. Bigger than a bear, heavier than an elk. But it never fully occupied space. It suggested itself through absence, through the way the environment compensated around it. I stayed still until the shaking in my hands subsided. The sun dipped lower, and with it came a subtle urgency. I did not think the predator needed night, but I did. Visibility mattered. I stood and raised my arms slowly, speaking aloud, keeping my voice level. I said I was leaving. I said I would not damage the area. I said I was a volunteer. The words sounded foolish as soon as they left my mouth, but the pressure intensified, confirming that communication of intent mattered, even if the content did not. I changed tactics. Instead of thinking about leaving, I thought about finishing my assignment. I picked up my tools and returned to work. clearing a section I had already cleared, resetting a marker that was already straight. The pressure eased enough that I could move freely within the zone. It was not interested in efficiency. It was interested in compliance. By early evening, my beacon was still blinking, my radio battery was low, and the light had shifted to that flat, colorless tone that comes before sunset in the woods. Claire checked in one last time. She told me they had eyes on the trailhead. They had walked the perimeter. They could not see me. I told her I could see the tape, the markers, the trees exactly as marked on the map. She said they would try approaching from another angle. I waited. The predator adjusted when distant voices echoed through the forest. Not closer, not farther, just different. The pressure thickened like air before a storm. I realized then that it was not guarding me from leaving so much as guarding the zone from interference. I was an acceptable variable. Others were not. I tried one last experiment. I picked up my notebook and wrote a note, detailed directions, my observations. Everything I could fit on the remaining pages. I tied it to a branch near the tape and threw the branch beyond the boundary. Nothing stopped it. The pressure did not react. I stepped forward, holding my breath, focusing on the act of placing an object rather than moving myself. The resistance hit instantly, harder than before, pinning me in place with a force that flattened my chest. I could not inhale fully. My vision tunneled. The message was clear in a way words never had been. Objects could leave. Information could leave. I could not. I stumbled back and collapsed onto the trail, gasping. The pressure eased, but it stayed close, closer than ever. Night insects began their chorus, indifferent and relentless. My beacon continued its steady blink, a signal meant for a world that could not reach me. As darkness settled, I understood something that chilled me more than fear. The predator was not waiting for me to break. It was waiting for the day to end. Night arrived without ceremony. The forest did not darken so much as flatten, depth collapsing into overlapping silhouettes. My headlamp cut a narrow cone that felt inadequate immediately, as if the light itself were being rationed. The pressure remained constant now, no longer reacting sharply to small movements. It had settled into a sustained presence, like a held breath that never released. I stood slowly and adjusted my pack. The radio battery icon flashed red. I keyed the mic anyway and said my name, my location, and that I was still conscious. Static answered me. The silence afterward felt deliberate. I clipped the radio back onto my strap and focused on practical tasks. I secured my tools. I tightened my boots. I inventoried my supplies out loud, because hearing my own voice helped me remember that time was still passing. The predator shifted when I oriented myself toward the trailhead, even without stepping. That was new. It had learned my patterns. Intention alone was enough now. I changed my focus to the creek downslope, then to the uphill switchback, then to the interior of the zone. Each mental adjustment produced a subtle change in pressure, confirming that it was tracking more than movement. It was reading commitment. I sat again and forced myself to slow my breathing. Panic would accelerate fatigue. Fatigue would lead to mistakes. I thought about why it was keeping me. Not food. Not territory in the conventional sense. The zone itself mattered. A closed spur trail. An area marked for maintenance, not travel. I wondered how long it had been since anyone left this section on their own terms. Sometime after full dark, I heard the first clear sound from it. A low displacement, like a deep exhale through compressed earth. The ground vibrated faintly. Leaves lifted and settled without wind. It moved closer, not to threaten, but to reinforce. I could sense its outline in negative space, a curvature where the forest bent around something massive and undefined. It stopped just beyond arm's reach and stayed there. I spoke again. Quietly, naming myself, naming the date, stating that I intended to leave at first light. The pressure increased just enough to make the point. Light was irrelevant. I did not know how long I sat there, before distant voices reached me again. This time they were unmistakable. Multiple people, calling my name, breaking branches, approaching with purpose. The predator reacted immediately. The pressure surged not toward me, but outward, like a perimeter tightening. The forest absorbed the sound, swallowing it mid-syllable. The calls became muffled, then gone. I realized then that rescue was not being delayed. It was being denied. I stood, heart hammering, and made a decision that felt less like courage and more like inevitability. If intention triggered resistance, then intent had to change. I stopped thinking about leaving. I stopped thinking about being found. I focused on the work itself, on the idea that this was where I belonged, at least for now. The pressure eased slightly, enough that I could move without gasping. I walked the interior of the zone slowly, deliberately, as if inspecting it. I reset markers that had shifted again, though I could not remember moving them. I cleared debris that had not been there before. The predator followed at a respectful distance, maintaining its invisible boundary. It allowed this, encouraged it even. As the night deepened, exhaustion crept in around the edges of my focus. My headlamp flickered. I switched it off and sat in the dark, conserving power. The forest adjusted, sounds recalibrating. The predator remained constant as gravity. Near what I guessed was midnight, the pressure changed for the first time in hours. Not easing, not tightening, but thinning, like a membrane stretched too long. I felt a brief, dangerous hope. I stood without thinking, turning toward the downhill slope. The resistance slammed back instantly, harder than ever, forcing me to my knees. The lesson was clear. Do not test the rules. I lay flat on the trail, face against cool soil, and laughed once, quietly, at the absurdity of it. I was not being hunted. I was being kept. Maintained. The way a trail is maintained, cleared and contained so it can be used for its intended purpose. Dawn came as a pale suggestion. Light seeping through the trees without warmth. My beacon's light was gone. Dead battery. My radio was silent. The pressure remained. But it felt different in daylight, less ominous, more administrative. The predator shifted back, increasing distance as visibility returned. Confident in the boundaries it had established, I heard footsteps again, closer this time. Rangers moving carefully. I stayed still. I focused on the work zone, on belonging to it. The pressure held steady, and the voices passed nearby without finding me. Close enough that I could smell coffee and sweat. Close enough that I could have reached out if the air had allowed it. When they were gone, the pressure eased more than it had all night. I stood slowly and walked to the center of the zone. The tape fluttered in the morning breeze. The forest looked ordinary again. Exhaustion weighed on me, but I was alive. I picked up my tools and resumed clearing, because that was the only action that did not provoke resistance. Hours later, without warning, the pressure vanished. No easing. No transition. One moment it was there, the next it was not. I staggered forward, momentum carrying me past the tape, onto the open trail. The forest did not react. The zone was behind me, inert and empty. I did not run. I walked until my legs shook, until I reached the trailhead and collapsed onto the gravel. Search and rescue found me there minutes later, confused and relieved. They asked me where I had been. I pointed to the spur trail. They told me it had been cleared months ago. No tape, no markers, no record of recent work. I did not argue. I still volunteer, but I do not accept assignments in closed zones. I do not cross tape unless invited. Some predators do not want you dead. They want you where you are useful. My name is Owen Park. I am 32 years old, and until last October, I believed I understood the difference between real danger and imagined fear. I work as a civil engineer, the kind of job that trains you to trust measurements, stress limits, and physical laws. When I decided to take a short solo camping trip, it wasn't about proving anything. I wanted one quiet night away from screens and deadlines, a controlled reset before winter set in. I chose a designated backcountry site I had used once before, a few miles from the trailhead, close enough to feel safe, but far enough to keep the crowds away. I signed the logbook, checked the weather, and followed every guideline posted by the Park Service. Bear canister packed properly. Food sealed. No scented items loose. I did everything right. By late afternoon, the light had that thin, washed-out quality it gets in early fall. The forest was calm, almost unnervingly so. No wind, no distant voices, just the soft compression of my boots against dirt and pine needles. I reached the campsite a little before sunset and set up my tent in a shallow clearing, bordered by trees on 3 sides. It wasn't secluded enough to feel dangerous, but not exposed either. The ground was level. The fire ring was old but intact. There were no fresh tracks that stood out. Just the usual overlapping impressions, left by hikers and deer. I cooked a simple meal before dark and stored everything properly. I checked the bear canister, wedged it between rocks about 50 yards from my tent, and marked the spot with my headlamp. I remember feeling mildly foolish for being so careful, but also reassured. Bears were the biggest risk out there, and bears were predictable. Curious, yes. Dangerous, sometimes, but predictable. By the time I crawled into my sleeping bag, the forest had gone completely black. No moon. Heavy tree cover. My headlamp beam felt weak and artificial, so I turned it off and let my eyes adjust. The sounds came back slowly. Insects ticking, something moving far off through brush, the faint creak of trees cooling as the temperature dropped. Normal sounds. Familiar sounds. I fell asleep faster than I expected. The scratching woke me sometime after midnight. At first, it barely registered. A soft, irregular sound, like fingernails dragged gently over fabric. I stayed still, half dreaming, trying to place it. Branches brushing the tent. A raccoon. Wind picking up. My brain offered explanations before fear had time to form. Then the sound came again, slower this time. More deliberate. Scratch, pause. Scratch. My eyes snapped open. The darkness inside the tent felt thicker than before, as if the fabric had absorbed it. I listened, heart already starting to race. The sound was coming from the right side of the tent, near where the zipper met the ground. A bear, I told myself. That was the obvious answer. Bears sniff tents. They paw at them. They investigate. I had read enough incident reports to know the drill. Stay calm. Don't scream. Don't move suddenly. The scratching stopped. I lay there, muscles locked, counting my breaths. 10 seconds passed. Then 20. I was just beginning to relax when I heard it again, closer, directly beside my head. This time it wasn't scratching. It was pressure. Something pressed against the tent wall, slow and testing, as if leaning in to feel resistance. The nylon bowed inward slightly, then eased back. My mouth went dry. Bears were heavy, clumsy. When they touched things, there was weight behind it. This felt measured. The pressure moved downward, toward the zipper. I heard a faint metallic click as something brushed against the zipper pull. That was when the thought formed, cold and unwelcome. Bears don't test zippers with patience. The sound that followed was unmistakable. A gentle tug. Not hard enough to open it. Just enough to make the zipper teeth shift a millimeter, then settle back. I froze completely. My hands were clenched so tight they ached. Every instinct screamed at me to react, to shout, to make noise. But another part of me, the part trained by years of reading reports and warnings, held me still. Predators respond to sudden movement. Curiosity can turn into aggression. The zipper moved again. Pause. Tug. Whatever was outside wasn't trying to break in. It was learning. I strained to hear breathing, snorting. Any animal sound that would confirm my fear and make it manageable. There was nothing. No heavy exhale. No huffing. Just the soft rasp of something brushing fabric and metal. I risked a glance at my watch. The faint glow said 12:47 a.m. Less than an hour since I had fallen asleep. The pressure against the tent shifted upward, sliding along the wall until it reached the seam near the top. Fingers. I realized before I could stop myself from thinking it. It felt like fingers tracing the stitching, following the line where the fabric met. The tent wall dimpled inward in 3 distinct points, then 4, 2 evenly spaced. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if that could make the sensation unreal. My breathing was shallow now, barely audible. The air inside the tent felt thin, like it was being slowly pulled away. Then came the sound that broke whatever fragile calm I had left. A slow exhale, right beside my head. It wasn't loud, it wasn't aggressive. It was controlled, careful, as if whoever, or whatever, was outside was making an effort not to be heard. My stomach turned. I tasted bile. No animal I knew breathed like that. Not without noise, not without urgency. The exhale stopped. The silence stretched. My ears rang with it. Then the zipper moved again. This time it slid upward a full inch before stopping. That was as far as it got. Something seemed to reconsider. The pressure withdrew, replaced by the soft sound of retreating footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling away from the tent. I lay there long after the sounds faded, every muscle trembling, afraid that even the smallest movement would draw it back. I didn't know what had been outside my tent, but I knew one thing with absolute certainty. It had understood what the zipper was, and it had chosen to wait. I don't know how long I lay there after the footsteps faded. Time stopped behaving normally once the forest went quiet again. My body stayed locked in the same position, curled on my side, eyes open, staring at the dark curve of the tent wall inches from my face. I was afraid that if I moved, even slightly, I would hear that careful breathing again, closer this time, right inside the thin shell that separated me from whatever had been studying the zipper. I told myself to listen for normal sounds. Wind? Leaves? Insects? Anything to prove the forest had returned to its baseline. But the night felt muted, like someone had turned the volume down on the world. No insects. No rustling branches. Just the distant, hollow silence that settles when something large has recently passed through. At some point, My muscles started to ache. My hands were numb from being clenched for so long. I risked a small movement, flexing my fingers inside the sleeping bag. The tent didn't react. No pressure, no breath, nothing. I waited another minute, then another, before slowly shifting my weight. The fabric whispered softly beneath me, and the sound felt dangerously loud in the stillness. Nothing responded. I considered reaching for my headlamp, then stopped. Light would expose the tent's interior like a lantern. Anyone, or anything, watching from outside would see my silhouette instantly. I stayed in the dark instead, forcing myself to breathe slowly, counting each inhale and exhale the way I'd learned during a safety course years ago. Panic wastes oxygen. Panic clouds judgment. I checked my watch again. 1:22 a.m. Less than 40 minutes had passed since the zipper first moved. I didn't sleep. I drifted in and out of something thinner, lighter than rest, where my thoughts looped endlessly around the same question. What tests a barrier before opening it? Sometime after 2, a sound broke the silence again. Not scratching this time. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate steps, crunching softly on pine needles and dirt. They approached from the opposite side of the clearing, not the side where the bare canister was stored. That detail lodged itself in my mind immediately. If this was an animal, it should have gone for the food first. The footsteps stopped a few feet from the tent. I felt the familiar pressure return, lower this time, near my feet. The tent wall bowed inward slightly, then steadied. Whatever was outside stayed there unmoving, for so long that my sense of time warped again. My legs began to tremble uncontrollably, the muscles reacting to fear even as my mind tried to suppress it. Then came a new sound, not breathing, not scratching, a sniff. Short, controlled, almost polite. It happened twice, right near the seam of the tent, as if the air itself was being sampled. The fabric fluttered faintly with each intake, and I realized with a surge of nausea that whatever was outside was close enough for me to feel the displacement. I pressed my face into my sleeping bag to muffle any sound. My heart was pounding so hard, I was certain it could be heard through the nylon. The sniffing stopped. Silence stretched again, thicker than before. Then, unmistakably, fingers pressed against the tent wall near my ankles. 5 points this time. They flexed once, testing resistance, then slid upward along the fabric in a slow, searching motion. Not random. Purposeful. Like someone feeling for a weakness they already knew existed. The zipper at the foot of the tent shifted slightly. I almost screamed. The sound clawed its way up my throat before I forced it back down. My jaw ached from clenching it shut. The zipper didn't open, but it moved enough to tell me that whatever was outside had learned from the first attempt. It knew where to apply pressure now. I did the only thing I could think of. I spoke. I said, my voice barely above a whisper, thin and uneven, "Go away." The words sounded pathetic the moment they left my mouth, but they were all I had. Human language offered like a shield. The response was immediate. The pressure vanished. The fingers withdrew. The tent wall snapped back into place. I waited, heart racing, unsure if I had made things worse or better. Then, from just outside the tent, came a sound I will never forget. A soft, careful exhale, followed by a pause, and then another exhale that almost matched the rhythm of my own breathing. It wasn't mimicry in a dramatic sense. It wasn't exaggerated. It was subtle, close enough to feel intentional. I stopped breathing. The sound stopped too. We stayed that way, locked in silence until my lungs burned and I had no choice but to inhale. The moment I did, the breath outside resumed, matching me again. Slightly delayed, as if learning the timing. I don't know how long that continued. It could have been seconds or minutes. My sense of self narrowed down to breath and fear and the thin fabric between us. Then the breathing faded. Footsteps moved away, circling the clearing slowly, unhurried. I listened as they receded, stopping occasionally, then continuing, as if the thing outside was repositioning itself, checking angles. I stayed absolutely still until the sky began to lighten almost imperceptibly. The blackness softened into a deep gray. Shapes returned to the world. I didn't feel relief when dawn approached. I felt dread, because whatever had been outside my tent hadn't rushed. It hadn't panicked. It hadn't failed. It had simply paused. At 5:11 a.m., I heard it one last time. A single deliberate step just beyond the tent entrance. Then nothing. When full daylight finally came, I didn't open the zipper right away. I sat there, stiff and exhausted, replaying every sound, every movement, trying to convince myself there was a rational explanation. A bear with unusual behavior. A person playing a cruel joke. Anything that fit inside the boundaries of the world. I thought I understood. But bears don't breathe like that. And people don't walk away from an unlocked tent after figuring out how to open it. Eventually, with shaking hands, I unzipped the tent. The clearing looked exactly as it had the night before. No torn fabric. No broken branches. No obvious tracks in the packed dirt. Just one thing out of place. The bare canister, which I had wedged tightly between rocks 50 yards away, was sitting upright about 10 feet from my tent. Closed. Untouched. Placed there carefully, as if to let me know it had never been the point. I didn't pack immediately. I couldn't. My hands hovered uselessly over my gear, as my mind kept circling back to the canister, sitting upright near the tent like a quiet accusation. I walked around the clearing slowly, forcing myself to look at the ground, the trees, the space between them. I needed evidence. Tracks, scuffed soil, anything that would anchor the night to something physical. There were none. The dirt was compacted, littered with old footprints layered over each other, impossible to separate. No claw marks. No heel impressions. No disturbed leaves. Even the spot where the tent wall had bowed inward looked exactly the same as it had before I went to sleep. The fabric was intact. The zipper slid smoothly, no bent teeth, no signs of stress. The bare canister was heavy when I picked it up. I remembered how hard it had been to wedge it between the rocks the night before. Whoever moved it had done so deliberately, placing it upright, balanced, almost neat. I carried it back to its original spot, wedged it in again, and immediately felt foolish for doing so. The gesture didn't make me safer. It just made me feel slightly less exposed. I packed quickly after that, stuffing gear into my pack without much care. I didn't eat. I didn't boil water. Every sound made me flinch. The forest was awake now. Birds calling cautiously, insects resuming their quiet work. But the normalcy felt staged, like a set hastily rebuilt after a disaster. I left the campsite just after sunrise. The trail back was familiar, clearly marked, and yet every step felt wrong. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone walking behind me, at a careful distance, matching my pace the way the breathing had matched mine. The trees closed in tighter than I remembered, their shadows longer, darker. Several times, I thought I heard footsteps that weren't mine, only to stop and realize the sound vanished the moment I did. About a mile in, I reached a section of trail that narrowed between two dense stands of trees. The light dimmed noticeably, and the air felt cooler. That was when I noticed something ahead of me. Scratches. They ran along the bark of a tree at shoulder height, shallow and parallel, too evenly spaced to be random. I stopped, staring at them, my pulse quickening. Bears-marked trees, but these weren't gouges. They were light, controlled, like someone dragging their nails, absent-mindedly while walking past. I forced myself to keep moving. The rest of the hike passed in a blur. I don't remember most of it. My body was on autopilot, following trail markers, climbing and descending without conscious thought. When the parking lot finally came into view, the relief was so sharp it almost hurt. I dropped my pack beside my car and leaned against the door, breathing in air that felt suddenly safer simply because it was closer to other people. There were 2 other vehicles in the lot. A couple loading gear into the back of an SUV. A lone hiker tightening his boots. I watched them shamelessly, grounding myself in their presence. No one looked at me strangely. No one seemed concerned. I drove home without stopping. I told myself I wouldn't talk about it. Fear feeds on attention. That's what I believed then. But the night followed me anyway. The first thing I noticed was the sound. Scratching. Soft, careful, coming from the hallway outside my bedroom. I sat up in bed, heart racing, instantly awake. My apartment was dark, the city noise muted by distance and elevation. The scratching came again, slow and deliberate, exactly like it had on the tent. I got out of bed and flipped on the light. Nothing. The hallway was empty. The door was locked. The scratching didn't return that night, but I didn't sleep. I lay there until dawn, listening to my own breathing, afraid of matching rhythms. Over the next few days, I started noticing patterns. Small things. The zipper on my jacket would be slightly lowered, when I was certain I had zipped it all the way up. My backpack, hung on a hook by the door, would be turned a different direction when I came home. Once, I found my kitchen drawer open an inch, the cutlery inside undisturbed. No signs of forced entry. No missing items. Just tests. I bought a camera and set it up facing my front door. I didn't tell anyone about it. When I checked the footage the next morning, there was nothing unusual. Hours of empty hallway, shadows shifting with the light. Then, at 3:14 a.m., the feed glitched for less than a second. One frame was missing. Not corrupted, not blurred. Gone. I stopped camping after that. I stopped hiking. I avoided parks, forests, even tree-lined streets. I moved apartments, then cities. The scratching never returned, not directly. But sometimes, late at night, I hear breathing just beyond the edge of my awareness. Not loud enough to be certain. Not quiet enough to ignore. I've come to understand something I didn't want to accept before. Whatever was outside my tent that night wasn't hungry. It wasn't confused. It wasn't acting on instinct. It was curious, it was careful, and it was patient. It learned how zippers worked. It learned how breathing worked, and now it knows where I live. I'm writing this because I need someone to understand the difference between danger you can prepare for and danger that prepares for you. Bears don't test zippers with patience, but something else does. And if you ever hear scratching that seems too careful, too thoughtful, don't open anything. Don't speak. Don't try to scare it away, because it already knows how you'll react. My name is Nathan Cole. I am writing this as a complete and accurate account of what happened to me on the afternoon and night of October 14th. The day I chose to follow an unmarked shortcut drawn in pencil on an old ranger map. I am not writing this for attention, and I am not exaggerating details for effect. I am writing because what I experienced felt deliberate, controlled, and patient in a way that still makes it difficult for me to sleep. Everything I describe happened within a single day, and nothing about it required belief in anything supernatural. That is what makes it harder to accept. I had been hiking alone in a managed forest corridor that bordered a larger protected reserve. I had experience with backcountry trails, and I had worked seasonal jobs adjacent to ranger operations before, which is how I came into possession of the map. It was outdated by at least 2 decades, printed on thin paper that had yellowed unevenly at the folds. Most of the official trails had been updated or rerouted since then, but the pencil marks interested me. They were subtle, confident, and clearly added by someone who knew the terrain well. One line in particular cut between 2 modern trails at a shallow angle. No label, no distance, just a clean, intentional stroke. I stood at the junction for several minutes, comparing the map to the forest around me. According to the map, the shortcut would save me almost 2 hours of walking and rejoin the main trail closer to my planned exit. The ground where the pencil line should have started was barely visible, but there were signs of old foot traffic, a slight depression in the soil, moss worn thin along a narrow corridor, and branches that curved outward rather than inward. It looked unused, not forgotten. That distinction mattered to me at the time. I stepped off the official trail at 2:17 p.m., marking the time out of habit. The first thing I noticed was how quickly the sound changed. Not vanished, just thinned. Wind still moved the canopy above me, but it no longer reached the forest floor with the same consistency. Birds were present, but distant, and their calls felt spaced, as if something was discouraging overlap. My boots sounded louder than they should have on soft ground. Each step carried. The path, if it could be called that, did not feel random. It curved gently, never sharply, and avoided obstacles in a way that suggested prior planning. Fallen logs were bypassed at their lowest points. Dense brush opened, just enough to pass through without tearing fabric. I told myself this was confirmation bias, that I was projecting intent onto what was simply the most efficient route through uneven terrain. Still, I kept noticing how little effort it took to continue forward. After about 20 minutes, I realized I had stopped hearing insects. No buzzing, no clicking. Even the faint background hum I normally associate with forested areas was gone. It wasn't silent in a dramatic sense. It was muted, like someone had adjusted the balance on a recording. I stopped walking and stood still, listening. My breathing felt intrusive. When I exhaled, it seemed to travel farther than it should have. I checked the map again. The shortcut should have intersected a shallow creek by now. There was no sound of running water. I altered my pace, scanning left and right for visual confirmation, but the forest around me had grown uniform. The trees were spaced more evenly than I remembered. The undergrowth was consistent in height and density, offering no clear landmarks. When I turned in a slow circle, I felt a brief sensation of vertigo, as if depth perception had flattened. I told myself to turn back. I even took one step in the direction I believe had come from. That was when I noticed something that stopped me cold. My footprints behind me were incomplete. Not erased, not covered, just interrupted. The impressions ended after a few steps, as if the ground had firmed abruptly. Beyond that point, the forest floor looked undisturbed. No scuffing, no broken leaves, nothing. I crouched and pressed my hand into the soil. It gave easily, leaving a clear print. I stood and took another step forward. My footprint appeared normally. I took a step backward. Again normal. I could not recreate the interruption. I checked my watch. 3:06 p.m. Less than an hour had passed, but it felt longer. I continued forward, telling myself that the shortcut might not be direct, that it might loop or descend before reconnecting. As I walked, the forest grew quieter still, not gradually, purposefully. Sounds seemed to retreat ahead of me, leaving a pocket of stillness that moved with my position. I began to notice how my movements affected the environment. When I paused, the forest did not resume its normal rhythm. It stayed suspended, waiting. The light began to change earlier than expected. The canopy thickened overhead, filtering sunlight into a dull, colorless glow. Shadows lost definition. Everything looked flatter, older somehow, as if the forest had been left undisturbed for longer than the map suggested. I felt watched, not in the sense of eyes on me, but in the sense of attention, like something was aware of my trajectory. At approximately 4:10 p.m., I reached a clearing that did not appear on the map. It was circular, about 30 feet across, with no undergrowth and a floor of compacted earth. The trees around it leaned inward slightly, not enough to be obvious, but enough to create the impression of enclosure. In the center of the clearing was a wooden marker, waist high, weathered smooth. No writing, no symbol. Just a post. I did not touch it. I circled the clearing once, then twice, trying to find the continuation of the path. There was none. Every direction looked the same. When I stepped back into the trees, the ground softened again, but the sense of direction vanished. My compass spun once, then settled, then spun again when I moved. As daylight faded, the forest did not grow darker in a natural way. Instead, contrast increased. Edges sharpened. Every sound I made felt amplified, while everything else remained suppressed. I realized then that the shortcut was not leading me somewhere. It was keeping me moving, keeping me from stopping long enough to orient myself. I decided to wait for full dark before making another decision. I returned to the clearing and sat with my back against the marker, facing outward. I told myself that staying still would help, that whatever had been happening seemed tied to movement. The forest did not react well to that choice. I do not know how long I sat there before I realized the light was no longer changing. Sunset never arrived in a clean way. The forest simply stopped progressing toward night, like time had stalled somewhere between late afternoon and early evening. My watch continued to function, seconds ticking forward without hesitation. But the sky above the clearing held the same dim, gray-blue tone no matter how long I stared at it. When I checked the time again, it was 5:02 p.m. I stood up slowly, careful not to make any sudden movements. The air felt heavier than before, not humid, but dense, like sound should have traveled through it differently. I tested that by snapping a twig near my foot. The sound was sharp and immediate, then gone, leaving no echo, no lingering disturbance. It felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain with logic, only instinct. I tried my radio next. It had worked earlier in the day, picking up faint ranger chatter from the main corridor. Now it produced nothing but static, and even that sounded restrained, as if the signal was being smothered. I adjusted the antenna, changed channels, then turned it off to conserve battery. The silence that followed felt identical to the silence before, which unsettled me more than the static had. I decided to leave the clearing and commit to a single direction. Wandering had already proven useless. I chose a bearing based on my compass, even though it had been unreliable, and marked the clearing with a strip of orange tape from my pack. The color looked unnaturally bright against the muted forest, almost aggressive. I stepped into the trees and walked. The forest accepted my movement immediately. The ground firmed beneath my boots, offering consistent resistance. Branches parted with minimal effort. It felt cooperative again, and that terrified me more than resistance would have. I counted my steps, keeping my breathing steady. After 100 steps, I turned around to check the tape. The clearing was gone. Not hidden, not shifted slightly. Gone entirely. The trees behind me were uniform, unbroken, their trunks uninterrupted by any sign of disturbance. I walked back the exact number of steps I had taken forward. Nothing changed. The compass needle twitched once, then settled in a new direction. I checked my watch again. 5:19 p.m. Panic did not hit all at once. It came in stages, like waves that receded just enough to let me think before returning stronger. I forced myself to focus on practical actions. I drank water. I ate a protein bar. I documented what I could in a notebook I carried, writing smaller than usual, conserving space, even though I had no reason to believe I would need it later. The act of writing grounded me, but only briefly. As I continued walking, I began to notice patterns that felt intentional. Certain trees appeared more frequently, their bark scarred in similar ways, vertical marks that looked old but deliberate. I passed the same broken stump 3 times, each from a different angle, without realizing it until the 3rd pass. The forest was not looping me in a circle. It was rearranging itself around my movement. The first sound that wasn't mine came at 6:03 p.m. It was subtle, a shift in the undergrowth off to my left, followed by the faint compression of soil. 1 step, then nothing. I stopped immediately. The forest did not resume its suspended state. Instead, it felt alert. I waited, counting my breaths. After the 10th breath, there was another step, closer this time, but still unseen. I spoke out loud then, announcing myself, stating calmly that I was lost and not a threat. My voice sounded wrong in the air, too clear, like it had been isolated from its surroundings. There was no response. When I moved again, the sound followed, matching my pace, always just far enough away to avoid detection. I tried changing speed. When I slowed, it slowed. When I stopped, it stopped. When I took a sudden step to the side, the sound adjusted, correcting its position with minimal delay. Whatever it wasn't tracking me by sight. It was tracking my intention. Darkness finally began to settle around 7:00 p.m., but it did not bring relief. The forest did not fill with nocturnal sounds. Instead, visibility narrowed without adding depth. My headlamp illuminated only what was directly in front of me, the beam seeming to lose strength faster than it should have. Shadows did not stretch. They collapsed. That was when I realized the forest was guiding me. I began encountering subtle markers. A branch bent at waist height. A cluster of stones arranged unnaturally close together. Patches of ground that felt smoother underfoot. None of it was obvious enough to register as a trail, but taken together, it formed a corridor. When I deviated, the forest resisted. When I followed, movement became easier. Exhaustion set in quickly, disproportionate to the distance I had covered. My legs felt heavy, my joints stiff. I stumbled once and scraped my hand on a rock. The blood looked darker than it should have under my headlamp. I wiped it on my pant leg and kept moving. At 8:12 p.m., I reached another clearing. This one was smaller, irregular in shape, and occupied by something. I had not expected a collapsed shelter. It looked like it had once been a ranger outpost or emergency bivouac, long abandoned. The wood was gray and splintered, the roof caved in. Inside, barely visible, were remnants of equipment, a rusted canteen, fragments of fabric, and a map pinned to a board that no longer stood upright. I approached cautiously, every instinct screaming at me to keep moving, but the promise of shelter overrode caution. The map was similar to mine, same era, same print style. But the pencil marks were different. Thicker, more frantic. Lines crossed and recrossed, circling areas, ending abruptly. In the margin, written in tight, controlled handwriting, were words that made my stomach drop. Do not stop moving unless you want it to notice you. I checked my watch again. 8:24 p.m. Behind me, something shifted its weight. I did not turn around. I kept my eyes on the shelter and forced myself to breathe evenly. Turning around felt like permission. Whatever was behind me had already learned my pace, my hesitation, the way my shoulders tightened before I stopped. I refused to give it the confirmation it seemed to want. Instead, I stepped into the shelter, careful not to rush, and lowered myself onto a section of intact flooring near the wall. The interior smelled stale but dry. No rot, no animal musk. That alone felt wrong for something that had been abandoned this long. I shut off my headlamp and waited, listening. The darkness did not deepen. It stayed the same dull gray-black, as if the forest refused to fully commit to night. Outside the shelter, I heard a single step. Not closer, not farther. Just there. I understood then that the warning on the map wasn't about safety. It was about rules. I stood up again slowly, deliberately, and stepped back out into the clearing. The sound responded immediately, adjusting its position to maintain the same distance. Still unseen. Still patient. I did not look for it. I focused on moving forward, following the subtle cues the forest offered. The smoother ground. The cooperative branches. The corridor. My legs protested, but movement brought a strange sense of equilibrium. As long as I walked, the forest remained stable. When I slowed too much, the air tightened. The silence sharpened. It felt like pressure building behind my eyes. I increased my pace again, and the sensation eased. Sometime after 900 p.m., the corridor began to slope downward. The ground angled gently, consistently, like a trail designed for controlled descent. My watch read 9:17 p.m. I marked the time without stopping. The headlamp beam revealed more definition ahead now, the forest floor textured again with roots and stones. Sound began to return in fragments. Wind at a distance, the faint rustle of leaves far above. The presence behind me remained, but it changed. The steps grew less frequent, more cautious, like it was no longer certain it was winning. At 9:43 p.m. I saw reflective material ahead. A sliver at first, then more as I approached. Trail markers, modern ones, white and blue, nailed into trees at shoulder height. I nearly laughed from relief, the sound catching in my throat before it fully escaped. I did not stop walking. The moment I stepped onto the marked trail, the forest reacted violently. Sound rushed back all at once, overwhelming and disorienting. Insects, wind, distant animal calls, all colliding in a chaotic surge. I stumbled, my balance thrown off by the sudden sensory overload. Behind me, I heard something move quickly for the first time. Not following. Retreating. I turned then. I couldn't help it. There was nothing there. Just trees. Ordinary, unevenly spaced trees. The ground behind me showed my footprints clearly now, stretching back along the marked trail until they vanished into darkness. No interruption. No absence. No sign of pursuit. I kept walking. The trail led me downhill steadily, and within 20 minutes, I reached a service road. Gravel crunched under my boots in a way that felt almost obscene after hours of muffled movement. I stopped there, hands on my knees, breathing hard. My watch read 10:31 p.m. time. Apparently, had decided to behave again. A ranger vehicle found me shortly after. I must have been visible from the road, because the headlights slowed and then stopped. The ranger who stepped out asked me routine questions, his tone calm, professional. I answered honestly, though I edited myself instinctively, leaving out details that sounded unreasonable even to my own ears. They escorted me back to the station. No one questioned my story beyond confirming where I had entered the forest and which trail I was supposed to exit. When I mentioned the old map, the pencil shortcut, the ranger paused. He asked to see it. I handed it over. He studied it under the station lights for a long time. Then he folded it carefully and returned it to me. That section was closed before my time, he said. Not dangerous. Just unreliable. I asked him what that meant. He hesitated, then chose his words carefully. Some paths don't like to be remembered, he said. They work better when people keep moving. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that pressure again, that sense of attention waiting for hesitation. I left the station at dawn. I burned the map when I got home. The forest has been loud ever since. Too loud. Even now, months later, I notice it when things go quiet around me. A pause between sounds. A breath held just a little too long. I make sure I keep moving.